Hello, good morning and welcome to Sound Street this Monday morning. My name's Debbie Shaw and we're going to be live for the next 4 hours. I'm not alone. Katharine is going to be with us in a minute. We're going to be doing a bit of bag making at 8 o'clock and she's going to be doing some storage solutions for you at 10 o'clock this morning. Because you're here nice and bright and early, though, we've got a special offer for you. As you'd expect, it's our early bird. Today, we've got a great price on some fabric you're just going to find really useful. Whether you're backing quilts or lining bags, lovely quality of 100% cotton, and just something to build up your stash. So there's a lot here as well. So basically what we do, we take the price down. So you're actually saving almost your postage on this one. So you're saving £3.49. It's just £13.96 and you're getting half a metre free. Look at all this. Look at what you're getting. All up for £13.49. Now, an early bird offer will stay at this price while we have the stock or until the end of the day. I think this is going to be while we have the stock. If you wanted to order more than one, then do feel free. We're not limiting this to one per customer. You can order as many as you like, but they are pre-cut, so you won't get one big long length. So I don't think you're going to be lining curtains with them. But there is 2.5 metres in total. Now, your £3.49 saving, I say it's almost your postage, but with that postage, you see it says on your screen £3.95 all day. That means that when you buy your early bird, that's it for your postage for the rest of the day. So you can come back and order an overlocker or a packet of pins or whatever you like, in the knowledge that you're not going to spend any more on your postage. It's like having postage free for the rest of the day. Right, and if you want to get in touch with us this morning, it'd be nice to hear from you. Who have we got this morning? Who's the early birds? We've got Angie, have we got Leah, have we got Morag? Morag, you're back at work again. Did you finish your sewing over the weekend? Have we got Teddy? It's studio@sewingstreet.com if you would like to drop us an email. Or you can go to our Facebook page, which is where I am right now, checking up who's there bright and early this morning, and that's Sewing Street TV. So I'm not on the fans page. I'm on the Facebook page. So if you want to come and ask a question, or show a picture, or just say hello, good morning, let us know what you're up to. It'd be nice to hear from you. Right, now we have some brand new bits and bobs for you today. And we've got these bag kits. Now, these are really special kits, not just because you've got stunning bag with beautiful artwork. These are brought to you by Laura Casey, you've seen the So Different patterns. Lots of you have ordered those and made up dresses and jackets already. Laura's actually a very talented artist, and these are her own paintings or prints from the paintings that are based around the Botanical Centre in Birmingham, the Birmingham Botanical Gardens. The quality of the fabric is amazing. It almost feels like a brush cotton, this one. And there's everything that you need in the kit to create the bag. Instructions, pattern, eyelets, Chicago screws, and we've put together some extra fabric for you in the kit as well, for your lining and your backing fabric as well. And it all comes to you beautifully boxed, like this. So we do have 3 options for you. So this one, again, you've got such a gorgeous colour. Have a look on the website for this. Oh, and there's a purse one as well. There's a purse one there too. Also, coming up later on, we've got a Caddy. So we've got a brand new book, Fat Quarters book, and again, Katharine is going to be here demonstrating. You can keep what you like in here. I'm hearing you're keeping things like glasses, or shoe cleaning things, or remote controls, and maybe your sewing notions, your embroidery bits and bobs and skeins and scissors and all of those kind of things. So that's coming up later on too. And then we're going to show you this early. But it's been really busy on the website already for our brand new flower of the month. It's absolutely flying. A third of the stock's already sold out. So it's a poppy this month, and it's not just the poppy pan. You've got a 12-inch square here, but then you get all of these coordinating colours in 2.5-inch widths that you can use for sachet. You don't have to make these into a quilt. We've got 4 of them already. The other 3 should be on the website as well if you wanted to make a small lap quilt, or if you're saving them up so at the end of the 12 months you've got a beautiful floral quilt. That's up to you. But you've been making bags, you've been making cushion covers with them. Be lovely to see your pictures. So that's the brand new one. Okay, so that's coming up later. So let's take a look at these kits. So in your box is your fabric, and it's just really lovely fabric. It's like a lightweight canvas, so it's nice and sturdy, but it's incredibly soft. This does actually feel as though it's been brushed, and remember, all based on Laura Case's own original artwork. So much, I'd love to see the original. So much detail, shading, colours, the depth in there, it's absolutely stunning. Isn't that pretty? So that's your panel. Then of course you've got your instructions, you've got your full-size pattern in here as well. You have your eyelets, and you've got your Chicago screws, and you've got a lobster claw clasp. The only thing that you need to provide is going to be a zip, because we've put together 1/2 metre of each of your teal and 1/2 metre of the misty blue. So that's going to be your lining and your backing. But this is the most special thing about them, isn't it? So lovely. So textural. Very, very clever artist is Laura. So again, that's £44.99. So that's your forest. Then this, what you're going to love this one. Just wait till you see. Ready? Look, is that the right way around you? Look! Isn't that stunning? So pretty. You can almost see the brush strokes on that one, can't you? And there's a smaller panel there as well, with the little bees on. And so that'll be a matching purse. Isn't it lovely? And then again, you've got all of your eyelets and your screws and your instructions and your patterns in there as well. And you've got extra fabric as well, this time in the grey. Hot silver and crimson, we're calling those. I wouldn't say that's crimson, but there you go. And again, £44.99 for those. And then finally, with the kits, we've got cacti. So that's your panel. Look at that. It's really detailed, isn't it? It's really accurate. Love the flowers on there as well. And again, instructions and hardware and everything, and we've put 2 colours of green together for this one. I'd like that as a picture on the wall, you know. That'd be lovely wallpaper, wouldn't it? But I just think with a white frame, I forget the bag, that'd make a lovely picture. And again, that's £44.99. Okay, so if you're new to us, morning, we're Sewing Street, we are. We're here live for 4 hours, sometimes 5. Apparently we're 5 hours live on Friday, because we're almost 6 months old, so we're having a bit of a celebration. But we've got a couple of ways that you can order from us, so let's go over to one of our co-presenters, Vicky, and she'll tell you how to do that.
Hello, I'm Katharine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking. But I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles, really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and, oh, you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I also just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself, and I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened, take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, you know, slowly. And I would also say the iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
That wasn't Vicky, our co-presenter, telling you how to order. That was Katharine. Morning.
It was. Hello. Good morning again.
Nice to see you back again.
Lovely to be back.
And you've been making some amazing bags and purses. On the fabric's gorgeous.
I have, and I really enjoyed making this. It was lovely, really lovely kit, and I'm quite excited to be making the bumblebee one this morning because this is such a gorgeous design, isn't it? So you can see I've already cut my front panel out. I'm just going to show you a little bit of the pattern because it's a really nice pattern this is in this kit, because it's got all the little notches marked on for you. It's even got your circles for where you're going to put your rivets, and so everything's easy to get placed in the right place.
It's nice it's full size, you know, isn't it? Because a lot of the time with bigger patterns like that, you're either joining A4 paper together or it's placed on fold.
That's right, it's lovely. It was one nice big sheet that you could just cut out all the pieces. You can reuse them again and again. So you could make lots of bags. Yeah. So you can see I've cut them out. I've done my little notches. I always cut my notches outwards because if you cut them inwards, you might cut into your seam allowance. This has only got a 1 centimetre seam allowance. So you could, if you snipped in, you could snip in a bit far and cause yourself some problems. And I've just marked the 2 circles where the rivets are going to go so that I can do that later. So I just thought I'd show you that bit because it was very nice and easy to use. Okay, so we've got the outer and we've got the these are the 2 lining pieces. So the lining has a larger bit and a facing, and very nicely my notches just about match up. There we go, I was almost accurate. So we're just going to stitch those for starters. I liked the way this bag was constructed. It was a nice, easy way so that you got really nice results, actually. There wasn't too much fiddly doing things on the round when you got it all together, because sometimes when you start doing that and going round things, it can go a bit wobbly, can't it? Yeah. Sometimes. Right, so a 1 centimetre seam allowance, and we're just going to join the top. Where's my foot pedal gone? There we go. Of the lining.
Okay. And meanwhile, Morag's there. Morning, Morag. She's ready for a great morning. Going to enjoy her last few hours off. Back on call at 10 o'clock to next Tuesday. That's a long time. Morning, Kirsty. Kirsty's got the day off today, so she's going to watch the whole show without having to pause. Morning, Jenny. She's in a rather misty Tipperary. And Dawn's always there. Morning, she says, looking lovely. Oh, thank you very much. Looking forward to the show. Just ordered the beautiful Flower of the Month panel. And a morning, Caroline. So come and say hello on Facebook. Say hello to Katherine as well. Nice to hear from you.
Okay, so we've got that bit together, and I've actually pre-sewn the back so that you didn't get bored watching me do it twice. So you can see what happens is this is the back of your bag and this is attached to the lining. So we're going to put it all together this way round first.
Right, okay.
Because it's quite often with bags, you make the outside, you make the inside, you put them together. But we're doing it a slightly different way, but I liked this way. So we're going to right sides together, pop that there. My pin's gone.
I suppose if you're a little bit more experienced as well, you could even put pockets on the inside, patch pocket or a zip pocket maybe.
You could. You have the little purse, and you'll see as I carry on, when we get to putting it together, we put a little loop inside that the purse clips to.
That's a good
idea. So that's quite nice. You've almost got a sort of detachable internal pocket, haven't you?
So it's quite a deep bag, isn't it?
It is.
So your purse could get lost in the bottom.
Yes. But it's just low enough that it's in there and you can reach in and grab it. No problem.
I think, Laura, if you're watching, can we have some of these panels for cushion covers? Because I think they'd be amazing cushion covers.
This bumblebee would be lovely, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it?
It just feels lovely fabric as well. Yeah. You know, when you said really soft, it is really soft. And this has got a lovely weave to it that I like a lot. Okay, so we've got that together like that. I don't think I've got the iron this morning. I've managed to not set that up.
Did you want the big one?
Well, it'd be useful, wouldn't it? It would make better sewing. Your sewing always looks better if you have ironed it.
It does, doesn't
yes.
it? We'll sort that out.
So I shall put my ironing board up, and as if by magic the iron has appeared. And then we can give that.
They're a nice bunch here,
give that
aren't
an
they?
iron, absolutely. Okay. So it's just going to fit together better with the other one if I give it a press.
It's quite a simple bag, really, isn't it?
It is.
I do like the hardware.
Yeah,
I think a little bit of hardware
it really
gives
makes it
shop bought.
And these are great because they're metal effect, but you don't need any hammers and rivets, and they're easy. They just click together. I shall get to that when I get to that bit. You will see how easy it is. So right sides together. We're going to put our front and backs together, and then at this point we're going to get our little bits. Now you do need 12 centimetres of ribbon out of your stash so that you can put the little loops in.
Okay.
So 12 centimetres of ribbon, and cut it in half so you've got 6 centimetres each. Okay, so we're going to put the little swivel clip, pop the ribbon through, and then this is going to go on the inside. I've got a little notch here on the lining facing, and that's where that little ribbon goes. We'll hold it in place. Obviously when you sew that, you've got to be careful that the metal bit's out of the way. And then, there it is. Notches on this side, you get a lovely little label. I think it just makes it look really professional, and doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that's going to go on the inside as well, facing on the inside so that when we've sewn it, it will pop out. So we'll pin that in place. Okay, and then we're going to pin all the rest together all the way around.
Okay. Morning, Angie. She says it's lovely and great Yarmouth this morning.
Now, I would try and make sure as well that those seams, you just line them up, because then that's going to look nice when we get it all together.
And I say it a lot, but if you have perfectly matching seams, nobody's going to notice. But if you don't, it stands out a mile.
Well, that's true. That's true. It's always very satisfying if they do match nicely.
Yeah.
Although I also do think you shouldn't get too hung up sometimes. Yeah. You know, a millimetre here or there you can get away with, can't you? We have a little rule in our craft centre with Patchwork that if you've had a go 3 times and it still isn't going right, just live with it. Because else you can just get really bogged down with making stuff absolutely perfect. And sometimes it does go perfectly, but you know, don't worry too much if it doesn't, I think.
I think if you're worried about things not being absolutely perfect, just have a wander around the shops.
Yes.
And take a look at the kind of things that people are selling, because it's when you sew, you notice mismatched patterns and wonky zips, and there's so many shops that are selling garments like that.
Yes, you'd end up not buying much from the high street when you start looking closely, don't you?
Yeah.
Because you think to yourself, I could do it better myself.
Yes.
And quite often, I'm sure you could. Okay. Now, what you've got to remember, I'm really good at forgetting to do this, is to leave a gap in the lining so you can turn it round. Now but to remind you, you've got 2 little notches. So that's a good thing. It's really easy to get carried away and just go all the way around, isn't it?
Yeah, I've done that loads of times. That's what your unpickers for, though.
Absolutely. Okay. So it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance all the way around the bag from
Morning, Alan.
notch to notch.
What you been making now? Making a Bumble laptop and matching tablet case. Alan is so busy. You're putting him on Etsy.
Love a bit of Etsy.
it's not anywhere I tend to visit, to be honest.
Do you not? Oh, it's
Yeah.
really, you can get anything.
Really?
Yeah, and often you see they're small businesses and little designer makers, and yeah, it's great, Etsy is. I find it very useful. I have a brother who lives in America, and I find it useful because it's an international site. I can order things in America and get them posted directly to him, which is very handy. And you get lots of things that you can get personalised as well, which is always nice, isn't it?
Yeah. So what other makes have you been doing lately?
Me?
Yeah.
What have I been making? I am currently actually making a prom dress for a girl who hasn't had her prom yet, but they are going to have it at the end of August. So I'm making her a really lovely red. It's quite simple, but she's lovely and slim, as young girls are. And it just looks really nice, really lovely. And it's got all crisscrossy bits at the back.
Oh, lovely.
So I'm quite enjoying doing that.
We didn't have proms when I was at school. We had the occasional disco in the school hall. It's not the same when your teachers are there.
We had balls.
Oh, did
we called them balls.
Oh, you went to the posh school.
And I did make my own ball gowns, and I
you?
still have them in the loft. Yes. So I made a couple of dresses for those. It was only like a getting dressed up sort of disco, though. Really, still disco music. We just like to put posh frocks on, because who doesn't like wearing a posh frock, really? It seems a long way around this morning.
Oh, the machine that Katharine is using, by the way, we are going to be featuring this in the 11 o'clock show this morning. That's the 550, which is the most affordable sewing machine that we do, and it's a really lovely compact little machine. It's quite speedy, isn't it?
It is. It's very nice and smooth.
I bought my daughter the 570. I know we haven't got any left at the moment. But,
No, I used that one last time.
Did you? It's lovely.
Which is nice because it's got the scissors.
Yes.
Scissors are nice, but do you know what? This is a really nice, sort of starter machine, isn't
Yeah. It was the first time you've ever used a computerised sewing machine. It's not daunting, this one. There's so many people, and you're probably found it as well with your workshops, that buy a sewing machine and then it stays in the box because they're frightened to get it out.
And they come back and say, it's been in the box for 2 years. Can you show me how to use it?
Poor sewing machine.
Right, so we've gone all the way round. Now we've got a nice little curve here. So to make sure it all turns round beautifully, we'll just clip into our curves. Obviously be really careful not to stitch through your sewing. Then it will turn round nice and smoothly.
So the eyelets go on after you've constructed all the back?
Yes. Yes, we're going to pull it through. Now we're going to bag it out. We're going to top stitch round the top, and then I will do the eyelets and the handles.
Okay.
Right. This is always the fun bit, isn't it? When you turn it round, it's like magic. It's like, oh yes, we have got a bag.
Oh gosh, Alan. Starting to make my Pride Lion, which is an iron-on transfer. Look at what he's been up to.
Oh my word.
That's amazing.
That is amazing. How is that embroidery or a plique or?
It's an iron-on transfer onto a pillow cover. Are you going to embroider that then, Alan? That's gorgeous.
So you can see that the little sort of clips there, looking nice. I'm going to push this all inside. Doesn't want to go in. It's like trying to get the duvet in the duvet cover, isn't it? So make sure it's all fitting in really nicely. Okay, now in the instructions she suggests what you do at this point to make it really smart is to press the top, but make sure that the outside of the bag is just about 1 millimetre higher than the lining, so that you're not going to see, it's not going to roll and you're not going to see any of that lining.
Okay. Been really busy for these kits, by the way. I'm glad you like them. I think they're stunning.
Really nice. You know, sometimes kits either don't have all the bits, or the instructions aren't very good, or the quality isn't great. But you know, not this. I really liked this. I thought it was a really good one. And I think makes just really lovely product at the end.
Yeah.
So you've got my little label on the side there, making it look really smart. See how useful your iron is just to get everything in place. Okay. Right. So we're just going to top stitch around the top next, just to make it look smart. Top stitching does give things a nice finish, I always think. Just
keeps the lining in check as well, doesn't it?
Hold it all in place. Yes. So I'm lining up. You always get little grooves on your sewing machine foot that you can use to line up so that your top stitching is lovely and straight. And keep your eye on the edge of the fabric rather than the needle.
Or if you've got a foot on your sewing machine with a guide on it, like a blind hem foot, you could maybe use that.
Do you know what, Debbie? I have never used my blind hem foot.
Really?
Yeah, I never do blind hems. But now I might try it for top stitching and see.
For top stitching and a plique, and in fact even your blind hem stitch for a plique works really well.
Well, there we go. I've learnt something as well today. This is the thing with sewing. You just learn stuff all the time.
Well, people have so many things that they've discovered on the sewing journey, so many little hints and tips. And maybe you just think, you know, it's not important or everybody knows that. But if you've got any at home, come and let us know. What's your top sewing tips this morning? What have you discovered? I've been told things like somebody was putting creases in fabric and just did that across the edge of the table. And I just thought that is so obvious and easy. But if you just wanted a quick crease, then what a great way to do it.
Absolutely. So that looks nice round the top there. Okay, now we can get to the exciting hardware rivets bit. Okay. This is slightly scary because I've got to cut through this lovely panel.
Oh, you only get one chance at this. This is the scary thing if you're new to sewing. It's not the sewing. It's
Sorry, for the tickle.
It's because you can always unpick if you make a mistake with the sewing. It's the cutting that you can go wrong. So
really sharp scissors. These are actually brand new sharp scissors, just for cutting round. And don't worry if you can see your little mark where you've done it, because your rivet is going to cover that over.
So straight through both pieces?
Straight, yes, absolutely. I've got both bits there. I'm feeling slightly nervous myself, but I know it'll be all right because I have done it once before. Okay, now you get this lovely thing. Now when you take them apart, they come in the kit together and you can just prise them apart. And when you look at it, one of the little bits is slightly taller than the other. And it's the taller one that you push through. Now I found on this bag, the hole that was marked was slightly smaller than the actual thing. So you might have to just extend it a little bit.
Better to be too smaller than too big.
Absolutely. And just take it a little bit at a time, because the fabric does stretch over the rivet, over the, I can't think what to call it, the metallic ring.
Yeah. They're eyelets, I suppose, aren't they? Just huge eyelets.
Yes.
The kind of things that you'd use on curtains. Morning, Pam. Oh, Pam's made a makeup bag with cord pulled. Oh, that's a good idea. With cord pulled up with a secret pocket in the bottom. And she's ordering the flower of the month in the moment. That's such a good idea. I love those bags because you can just spread everything out and everything's there. Then you draw it up and...
Yes, really clever. So you can see I've just stretched it over the top. And then this is going to just, hopefully... Click. Oh. You could hear it click,
that's a satisfying click.
And then look, it just looks gorgeous and neat, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And lovely. And I'll show you how to put one side of the strap in. And then if we get time at the end, I'll put the others in, but you don't necessarily, I can show you how to do the purse then,
All
rather
right.
than me showing you how to do 4 separate rivets, because
Okay.
they're all the same, if that's okay. So with the strap, you get your pattern piece. I've done right sides together and then just hemmed the bottom and turned it through. And then it tells you to mark 2 centimetres in from the end and 12.5 centimetres in. And I've used my very sharp scissors just to push a little hole through.
Oh, right, okay.
That. But you can see where I've done my little pen points. And we've got a bag of very small little bits. And again, there's a front and a back to them. So we're going to go round through the eyelet, and we're going to push the bigger one through my little bottom hole.
While you're just doing that, we've had a question from Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Good morning. And she says, "Oh, would understitching the top of the bag help when you top stitch the bag?"
Well, you could understitch it first,
Yeah.
and then top stitch it. But then
That's a good idea. I've never done that with a bag before. But no, because you see the lining.
You would see the understitching on the lining, and you wouldn't really want 2 rows of stitching, I don't think, would you?
So understitch instead of top stitch, maybe.
You could, if you're not so keen on top stitching, if you just want it to look a clean look. Of course, when you top stitch, you're going all the way around, so it just sort of brings it all together.
Yeah.
I don't like understitching much. I tend to always top stitch if I can. These just screw in. They're proving very fiddly. But they're not really when you get them going.
No, it's one of those things that you find easy at home.
Yeah.
But when all eyes are on you.
I helped my husband construct a barbecue yesterday and I was rubbish with the screws. Rubbish. There we go. Okay, so you can see that just screws in really easily. Now, of course, when you're doing a bag, remember your strap comes over to that side. It doesn't go over that way, else you have a very odd looking bag. Okay. Right, I'm going to put that to the side for a moment and just show you how to do the purse.
Right,
and then I can come back and finish that off.
Okay.
Off later. Right, where's my little purse bits? So these have got the other bumblebee fabric that you get. So in the bumblebee kit, you get the big panel and then you get the one with the smaller, cuter bumblebees as well. Whereas in the forest kit, it's all just one big panel and you cut both out from one panel.
Right.
Yes.
So that's the purse that goes with the forest one.
And that comes all out of the one big panel. Because when I opened up the boxes, I was like, oh no, there's a bit missing, but it's not. Your panel's bigger in that one. Right. So now you need a 7-inch zip. This one is slightly long, but it's easy to shorten a zip. Stitched over the bottom, just to stop it coming undone, and then we will just snip it off. So if you haven't got the right one in your stash, you can easily get the right one. Right, this is one of those things, I do it lots, but I still have to think about it, so that your zip comes the right way. So it's the lining and the zip, and then the bumblebee. So we're going to make a little zip sandwich.
I think it's nice to have the matching purse as well. I mean, it's a nice size for a makeup bag as well, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Really
you can
useful.
put all your little bits and bobs.
Yeah.
And if before you sew it, just check that's going to look right when it comes out. Yes.
So make sure your fabric's the right way round, and the zip pull is facing the outside fabric, not the lining.
Absolutely. Right. I haven't got my zipper foot, Debbie. I've just thought, would we have one in the front here, do you think? Yes, we do.
Oh, good.
Excellent. So we'll quickly swap to the zipper foot.
It's nice to have a really stunning project like this, isn't it? That it's achievable within a few hours. That even if you're a complete beginner, you're going to be able to create something that looks so professional.
I think if you're new to bag making, I think this is a really good starter kit actually, because bag making's quite There's a lot of quite tricky techniques sometimes with bag making, and sometimes the fabrics can be quite tricky to handle. But this one isn't, and you still get a really lovely looking result. You know, it doesn't look like a beginner project, does it, when it's done?
And imagine if you're going to give this as a gift to somebody, if you're making your own Christmas presents this year. It just looks so professional. It looks so expensive as well, doesn't it?
Right, so there we've got the zip like that. And again, I think a bit of top stitching would work. Well, it stops it when you make these little purses. If you top stitch along, it stops any of the fabric coming back and catching inside your zip.
Yeah.
So I usually do a little whiz along as well.
Have we got any top tips from anybody yet? I'm going to collaborate all these top tips. I think we should have a top tip show.
And then we're going to do the other side the same. So lining first, zip. Yes, that way. Zip on and top on. Now I always think when you are doing zips like this, because you can't see the zip, it can sometimes seem a bit tricky because you can't see where you're stowing. But if I was teaching this in a class, I would make people tack it in, or not just pin, because you then it's not going to move around and it's going to be lovely and accurate. But I don't do tacking myself. It takes too long.
Well, there's always glue pens.
And you can, yeah, exactly. And you can feel the plastic of the zip as you go along. So use that as your guide and use zip a foot, and then you'll get it in nicely. Quilter's tape's quite good as well, isn't it?
Yes, it's like a double-sided tape that you can sew through.
Right, so you can see we've got the zip in like that. And I think people often think, oh, zips are really, really hard, but that's not hard, is it?
No, not at all. No.
Whisked it in. Okay.
We were doing invisible zips yesterday with Rachel, and I think that the number of people that say, oh, I could never do an invisible zip, that looks far too complicated. I think they're the easiest.
They're my favourite. I put in clothing, I always put an invisible zip in, and I always teach people to, because I just think they look so nice, and they are easy to do. And if they go wrong, or if they're not close enough, you don't have to unpick it all, do you? You can just go down it again, and we're good. Right, so we've got our zip in like that. And then to put it together, we're just going to fold it up. Now, the trick to remember with this is to put the ends of your zips towards the lining, and then they'll fold down into the right place. And the other thing you've got to remember is to undo your zip. Undo your zip, else you can't get it out at the end. Yes. You have a big wiggly job if you don't undo that zip. Okay. So just make sure that's folded down. Again, line up the seams, and the zip end folded down towards the lining rather than up towards the outside. And like we did with the bag, remember to keep a little bit open at the bottom so we can turn it through.
So probably from start to finish, you could do both of these in a couple of hours, couldn't you?
Yes, I think so. I mean, like anything, the most important bit is cutting it out carefully, because then it'll all match and be lovely. So, but the cutting out instructions, in fact, all the instructions in the leaflet are very nice and clear, and you know, it's hard to go wrong with them. Hard to go wrong.
There's my beanie one.
Right, so we're just going to go all the way around the bottom of this purse.
So, which one's your favourite?
I really like the cactus, actually.
I love that cactus. Yeah. It's really bright and fun.
It is.
Oh,
and I am rather partial to cacti. in my GCSE art, my final piece was pictures of cacti.
Oh, was
I really
it?
like cacti, yeah.
See, I did O-level art, and my final piece was Rider White's Swan album cover by T-Rex. I know. But no, that's really pretty.
Just lovely colours in it.
And it's the detail that it almost looks like the image has been taken from a photograph. It's so accurate, it's beautiful. You're loving the forest one. Half of the stock of that one's sold out now.
This has
Just
got
so
gorgeous
soft.
colours in it as well, the forest one, hasn't it?
Yes,
And,
it's
and
really
to be
rich.
fair, the bumblebee's lovely.
See,
It would be hard to choose.
I do like I think the bee's my favourite one. I've lost it, but I haven't stolen it, honest. There we go. Hi, Hilary. Oh, she says a top stitch never looked that good until she discovered a stretch stitch. That's a really nice top stitch. So it's a really bold line. She loved your eyelet demo.
Thank you.
And she says, and thank you, ladies. No, thank you for messaging in. Pauline's messaged in as well. Morning, Pauline. She said, oh, she's just woke up. What were you doing last night?
Oh, nice lying.
But she's ordered her early bird special. Well done. And she's got a cuppa while she's watching. Lovely.
Just going to clip the corners off so that you haven't got a lot of bulk when you turn it through.
Amanda's with us as well. Morning, Amanda. That's my sister's name.
Is that Amanda with Mabel?
I know
yes, Amanda
it is.
with Mabel. Hello. Amanda comes sewing with me.
Love to see Katharine back, she says, and she loves the bags. Her top tip that she was taught, and she does it whenever she can, is to use plastic sandwich bags to keep all the cut patchwork pieces in.
That was me. Yes, that's because we do a lovely 10-week course where we make a patchwork quilt across 10 weeks.
Oh.
But of course the first week you do lots and lots of cutting all your squares and all your bits. And so we don't mix everything up, put them in plastic bags. And then when you lay out your big quilt at the end and you've got your pattern all sorted, so then if you pick them up in rows and pin them all together and put them in a sandwich bag, that's row 1 and row 2, you don't get your pattern all mixed up. Right, there we go, we've turned it round.
Lovely.
You can machine stitch the little lining together, or you could slip stitch it together just to make it really neat. That's lovely, isn't it?
It's really sweet.
Really nice. So,
Look, and that's the big pan. I would like that as a cushion cover, Laura. If you just putting it out there, and again, it's such a nice fabric as well. It's a nice. You don't need interlining or fleeces or anything with it. Because it's nice and sturdy. You could do, I suppose, couldn't you? Maybe your eyelets.
if you wanted
you'd have to squish a bit.
I wouldn't want to add any quilting or anything on it though, because it would detract from the lovely design.
Yeah.
But if you wanted, it is, yes, if you wanted a sturdier bag, you could use interfacing, but I don't think it needs it because this canvas is such a nice weight.
But isn't it? That's just so pretty. And it's it's not just a lovely quality image. Remember, these are all based on Laura Casey's paintings. They're prints taken from the paintings. It's a lovely quality fabric as well. So this one isn't as soft as the other two. The other two feel as though they're brushed slightly, but it does have a soft feel to it.
It's got a linen-y kind of look, hasn't it?
Is, yes.
Which is nice.
But that is beautiful, isn't it? Lovely colours as well. That splash of pink. I love these. We have a row of lavender and the avenue that leads, in the garden actually. And it's covered in bees. And they're just so, I don't know, I love to see the bees in the garden. Yes. We should be encouraging them, shouldn't we?
Yeah. I've got a little, it's not I'm not exactly sure what it is. It's like a little house, but for solitary bees. Lonely bees. No, my brother sent it me for my birthday and I've got it in my garden. I haven't got any bees moved in yet, but I'm hopeful.
Well, it's just for one bee. The little tiny house.
Well, it's got lots of little holes in it, so I think different bees. It's almost like a little block of flats for bees.
I tell you what, we've been doing some photography recently, and just for a prop, my husband bought a honeycomb block. Ooh. Have you ever tasted that?
No.
It's like toffee.
Is it
It's
really?
Amazing. So a spoonful in the morning I'm having. It's wonderful.
Well, that's very good for you.
It is, isn't it, actually?
Yes.
Yeah. I think it was quite expensive. I think this block was about £13, but it was wonderful.
So you've scoffed a lot.
Get in there. I don't know if you are actually supposed to eat the honeycomb, because that's quite papery, but I have been doing anyway. So it doesn't come with instructions.
So we'll get the other side of this handle in. There's my little hole gone.
Right, let's see where we are with your hints and tips. Oh, Pam says, top tip, Debbie, don't iron your project if you've marked your place marks for your loops on the makeup. Oh, if you've marked your place marks on the makeup pouch I've made with a heat erasable pen, had to do them all over again.
That's a good tip.
That's a very good tip. Or with the heat erasable pens, don't leave them in the window when they've got weather like we have at the moment, because the sun actually fades them too. Or if you're doing a lot of hand sewing, the friction from your hands can take the ink away.
I find, I don't know how, with air erasable pens, sometimes some fabrics you think it's never going to fade, and some fabrics you can't sew fast enough, can you?
Yeah.
So it's always a little bit of a lottery with those.
We have some really good chalk pens on the website. They're like a retractable pencil, so you can change the colour of the chalk in them. But they're really fine and really sharp. So I'm not been very good, you know, the triangular chalks that you can get, or sometimes with chalk pencils, the line's too thick. But
Yeah.
they're really fine ones. I'm coming around to chalk instead of ink.
I like Taylor's chalk. Do you find the light one works well on dark fabrics? That's always my problem, to find a thing that marks dark fabrics really well.
Yeah.
It's difficult to find a good product.
With the one that we've got on the website, it's got like 6 different colours chalks with it, so for light and dark.
Ooh. So you can see I've got one side in, looking good. I'll carry on.
It does, doesn't it? It does look good.
Until we've got it. See if we can get the other bits in before our time is up.
Got about 5 minutes.
Oh, I think we should do it then.
I must put my watch. I've been 5 minutes fast for so long. I'm 10 to. We're not 10 to, are we?
This is you've just got to stretch it, and when it goes, it goes. That's it. You actually want the hole slightly smaller than the thing to stretch it over.
Yeah.
Very satisfying little click when it goes in. And I didn't mark the back. I'm using this as the guide.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So that they definitely line up. Because sometimes if you mark it up, then you might have gone a bit wobbly in your sewing, and then they might not line up anymore. So actually using the one that I've done as the guideline. But I think these eyelets on the top just really make it, don't you?
I think they do.
Look lovely with
and the screws as well. You don't see those screws very often, so it's nice to see them in the.
and it's nice that you don't need extra tools.
Yes.
You can just do them with your fingers, and it looks fantastic. I think somebody got this as a gift, they'd be absolutely made up, wouldn't they?
I think they'd be really impressed, because if you gave this as a gift, then somebody's going to think that you've been to a shop and bought it. And when you say, "Oh no, I made it for you,"
they're the best sorts of gifts. Okay. There's my other strap. There it is. Okay, just one more strap to go. Warm a little bit, so pray. Give it a shake at the end.
So remember, you've got all of your instructions in the kit. I'll take you through that again shortly. And a full-size pattern, which I like as well. No joining together. And you're saying the instructions are really easy to follow as well?
They are nice pictures, easy to follow, comprehensive. Nothing's got missed out. It's not an easy thing to write. Good instructions. Yeah. So these are nice ones.
So coming up later, we've got your little storage pouch. These are just handy to have in your sewing room, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Keep bobbins in and embroidery scissors and things like that.
Yeah.
So we've got a brand new book coming up for you at 10 o'clock this morning, just using fat quarters. And of course we've got fat quarters as well.
And some really nice fabrics with those too.
Yeah.
It's been a lovely fabric morning.
And then don't forget we've got that flower of the month as well. That's actually been really busy already. We tend to sell out of those rather quickly.
I'd be interested to know what everybody's doing with them. If they
Yes.
were saving them for a quilt or if they're making individual projects.
So I'd go for a couple because then you can have a matching cushion cover. So save one until the end of the 12 months so you've got a nice big quilt, but then use one to make cushion covers as well.
That's a good idea. There we go. Last little rivet going in. And then we're done. So not a particularly tricky make, but I think a very successful one because it looks so nice when it's done. Screw that one in.
Gorgeous.
And the little purse. What a lovely matching pair.
I think they're absolutely stunning. And again, don't they look really expensive? They look really professional. Thank you very much.
That's all right. Absolute pleasure.
That was really good timing, right up to the mark. So we'll see you again at 10 o'clock.
Absolutely.
Right, I'm going to take you through all of the 3 kits that we have. We've been really busy for these. I'm so glad that you like them. So take a quick look at this and I'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying 1 postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Right, let me take you through all of these kits. So this is what you're going to get in the Bumblebee. So there's your large panel. And then there's the smaller one to make the purse with as well. So each of the kits is going to be for a bag and a purse. You will need to supply a zip for the purse. So there's Bumblebee, look. And again, it's a really lovely quality fabric. You're not going to be disappointed when you get this home. And they're all based on paintings by Laura Casey from So Different, her original artwork from the Birmingham Botanical Centre. That's where she was inspired. And I just think they're fantastic. So well done, Laura. So in the kit again, which all comes lovely and boxed, there's the fabrics. You have your instructions. We're going to give you your backing fabric and your lining as well. You have your eyelets. You've got Chicago screws and a lobster claw clasp and instructions and a pattern. So that's your Bumblebee. They're all £44.99. Then we have the forest one. This has been your favourite. So this is this one here. We've only got 2 left. So check out your baskets if you've got this one hanging around in there. Now this is, again, it's that lightweight soft canvas, but it feels as though it's been brushed. It's so gorgeous, so detailed, and still, again, based on the original artwork. But look at the depth in there. I'm not surprised you love that one so much. This time we're going to give you the teal and the green fabrics and, again, all of your hardware. Included at £44.99. That's going to go. Be quick for that one. And then finally, we have the cactus This one comes with the green fabric. And again, your pattern, your instructions, your hardware, all included. Look at that. I'd like curtains like that. Oh, I'd like a sofa covered in fabric like that. I think that would look amazing. And again, £44.99. This is another one of those canvases that feels as though it's been brushed, so it's really lovely and soft fabric. Okay, so coming up next, we're going to be looking at, let me give you a tease. Because it's in the next hour, but, you know, been really busy for this one already. In fact, was it Dawn? Dawn's got hers. She's got all of the birthday panels, all individually sashed and quilted and ready to make a quilt with. So, oh gosh, almost 100 of these gone already. Ooh. So this time it's Poppy. And you've got all of your 2.5-inch strips there as well. So your square here is 12 inches square, and then you've got those strips as well, which you can use for sashing. I've used them for bag lining before now without even cutting them out, just using them as one big piece of fabric. But I would suggest that if you love them, you do go for a couple. Well, if you're making cushion covers, you need two in. You don't have one random cushion cover, do you? But if you are making a quilt, I think it's quite nice to have something matching to go with it. And the poppies are one of my favourite flowers. And they're everywhere at the moment, aren't they? I just love the way that they just pop up and there they go. Relentless year after year. Okay, so this is coming up in the next hour. So go and put the kettle on. You've got a couple of minutes and I'll see you again just after this break.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you two collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Hello, welcome back again. Right, look what we have for you. Every month we're bringing you a flower of a month, and this month's flower is the poppy. One of my favourites. You'll have a 12-inch square panel, and then all of these 2.5-inch strips, which you could use for sashing. You can use them like on the bag that I made here. Has literally just got the whole thing on the back. I quilted in between the lines, so it looks like it's stitched in the ditch, but it wasn't. That's just one piece of fabric. So you could do a similar kind of thing with this one. So is it cushion covers? Is it going to be bags? Maybe you're just going to put these around a piece of canvas so you've got a lovely frame. I've made cushion covers before with these and used these panels as borders just to make the square bigger and bigger and bigger. So you could actually go up to probably about an 18-inch square cushion pad with those ones. Also on the bottom there you have quilted by and the August label. So if this is, well, if it's a quilt, it's nice to have it all labelled anyway, isn't it? But if you're giving it as a gift, it's quite nice to put your name on it if you're proud of it. So it's £9.99, designed and printed in the UK on 100% cotton. So should we join some of these together and see what we look like? So I kind of thought that I'd go for all of the individual squares that we have so far, because we've got 4 of them. So we could make a nice sized little lap quilt with these, and I'm just going to use white fabric. So all of the stripes are going to be spare fabric, because we want quite a quick project, because I think I'm going to sell out. So if you do want to order, I would do it quickly. We have sold out, I think we've sold out of all of these so far, but we get them back in stock again. So we do try and keep everything in stock. But if you are building up a collection like Dawn is, then it'd be nice to have all of them, wouldn't it? Just make sure you've got them all. So shall we go right back to the first one we brought you, which was the Lily of the Valley. And there we go. So this is the May one. And again, let's just cut around here. So Dawn, I want to see pictures of what you've done so far, if that's okay. How have you quilted them? It's quite nice, I think, just to sew around the inside here. You know, maybe you're a beginner quilter. It's a very simple way of quilting, but it does look very stylish. So that's my May, and that's all spare. And then June is the Rose. Whoops. Rotary cutter ruler and mat makes this so easy. If you don't have any, have a look on the website, because we've got a few different choices for you. But you get much more accurate cutting than you do if you're using scissors. So it's worth having a go. So there we go, that's Rose. And finally, we have July, which is your Delphinium. Now this one, when I quilted it initially, I just sewed around here and then stopped where the flower is, so it almost looked like the flower was appliqued. These lend themselves as well to maybe a little bit of free motion embroidery. Maybe even on some of the leaves, adding something like a silver thread, so it looks like dew would look lovely. So we'll chop this and then see how we look all together. And I've still got all of that fabric spare, so I could make matching cushion covers just with the stripy fabric. That'd be a nice idea actually, wouldn't it? So that's that. So then I've still got all of this spare. So if I was, so again, making the bag, I could use the lining and the backing. With a cushion cover, I could use this as the backing. You've got plenty enough for a small cushion cover to use that as the backing as well. But let's arrange these together and see how we're looking. Like this. Oh, just by the way, our June, on the screen it said £10.99, but we've got the price wrong. It will be £9.99, so don't worry about that. We don't charge you extra for June. It wasn't an expensive month. Let's just iron these. And then we'll cut out some, I think white fabric will be nice, wouldn't it? Just to use for sashing. I love the poppy one. They come in so many different colours as well, don't they? I love yellow poppies. Right. So there we go. We have a very mucky board. Blame John for that. I thought he's obviously been gluing something on there. Poor old John. I've only met John a couple of times because it wasn't very long after we started here that everything went a little bit crazy. But I blame him for everything. He's probably not going to look forward to bumping into me again. Right, so we have this. Maybe that way. So I've got two bold ones opposite each other. I think that works. And then I could just join them all together, but I think I'm going to just put some white sashing just in the middle of them to make it a bit bigger. And then you could put some thermalab on the back of there and just make tablecloths out of it, couldn't you? So I had some white, oh there we go, it's right in front of me. So let's take a look. How much we've got, right. So I'm thinking, let's see how big these need to be. A couple of inches will be fine, won't it? Well, let's do, should we do two? Let's have an inch and a half. That'd be an inch and a half. Let's do 2 inches and cut that down to an inch and a half, just so a nice little white border there. I'm going to iron my fabric. You can't get an accurate cut with creased up fabric. Oh, if you want white cotton, we've got that on the show for you as well. That's it's only £3.49 for half a metre. This is by the half metre as well, so if you ordered more than one, they all come joined up. There we go. And we'll cut some strips. So I will need, I should do it that way, so I'll need one piece that's that long, so that needs to cut from there. And stick that on there. So I'm just going to tidy the end of this fabric to make it straight. Like so. And then I'll just get my 2-inch strips. Oh, I picked up the centimetre ruler. Oh, never mind. That looks about 2 inches, doesn't it? Maybe that. That'll do. We'll be fine. It's funny, isn't it? Because I work in inches when I'm doing anything. I always think inches. Well, most quilters will be working in inches, but you buy your fabric in metres. Oh, thank you. This is going to be really subtle. There we go. Now I can't remember how wide that was. Oh, 2.5. That should do it. Right. Then let's chop off the selvages. We don't do selvages. And then we'll start doing some sewing. Okay, so I was going to have that one there and that one there. So we'll do the middle bit first. Like so. And over to my little 550. We'll be looking in a bit more depth with this sewing machine in the 11 o'clock show later on. So where's my foot? There we go. So So 1/4 inch seam allowance or thereabouts. We're not doing any intricate patchwork or anything with this one, so it doesn't really matter if you're not spot on 1/4 inch. So that's that. Now we can cut that off. And then we'll put the second piece on at the side of it. Just make sure I've got them the right way round. Yeah. So what have you been sewing lately? Are you new? Teddy was emailing in a few times yesterday. He was new to sewing. Oops. Have you only just found us on Sewing Street? What do you think? What would you like to see? Oh, we want curtains. I like making curtains. I like making curtains because it means that you can coordinate with your room. You can choose exactly the fabric that you want. And it's such an affordable way of decorating your home. A lot more so than buying curtains. Hello, Dawn. She says, hi, Debbie. She used a plain white 1/4 inch sash and then quilted around the border. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing here. She's going to use the remainder of the stash to make cushion covers with. That's a nice idea. I think bags and cushion covers. But it would be quite nice, wouldn't it, just to put them on a piece of canvas and just have matching pictures on the wall. Maybe the flower is significant for you. Is the lily of the valley something that you had in your wedding bouquet, maybe? Right, and the poppy's going there. So flip that over, that goes there. Join them all together in a row, make a table runner. Oh, I made a wall hanging out of the delphinium as well, didn't I? I'll show you that in a minute. That was a challenge, Debbie. Oh, come here. Right. Okay, that's there. I'm going to run out of bobbin thread any time now. So let's give those a press. Oops. Getting rather messy in here now, isn't it? And that's that. Things always look nicer when they've been pressed, don't they? And the bags from the previous hour, by the way, the forest just sold out. You can still have a quick look on the website for the other two, for the bumblebee and the cactus, if you like. They've been going really quickly. It's looking nice and neat. Then we'll have the long strip down the centre. It's quite a nice beginner project if you're a quilter, because you're not matching any points up. All right, so down we go again. And I think white's a lovely colour to use if you're doing sashing and borders like this. I think Dawn will agree with me, because the panels really stand out from it. If you've got a bold colour, I think if you were to use one of the colours on the strips that you get with the panels, it would detract a little bit. So I'd save those for another project. Or you could join them all together and make a back of a quilt. So let's finish there. And then we can snip this. So I've got that. And then these right sides together here, just again make sure I've got the right side up that way. And I will match up the seams a little bit. So it's not important that that's perfect, but it would be nice if they're somewhere lining up together. like so. There, that's the only bit of pinning I'm going to do. And then back over here. It's actually a really quick project, this, isn't it? I will quilt it. I think we'll use the polyester wadding on the back of this one because it's nice and deep. So I'm just lining up those edges. There we go. Almost there. Oh, I told you I was going to run out of bobbins. Don't you hate it when that happens? I run out all the way back here, look. Let me wind that on. We'll do that. We'll do this properly. Well, we can't do it without, to be honest. So I'm storing stickers here from fabric that I've been using, just so that we can identify what we're running out of. Have we got any more white fabric? Oh, yes, we have. Oh, there we go, look. So, all these empty bobbins. Now do as I do. Now do as I say, not as I do, when you're winding a bobbin up. Oh, come here. So don't do it this way. But it's a lot quicker. And I've filled up a few bobbins in my time, so you get to know what the tension should be like when you're winding your bobbin up. And it means I don't have to undo the thread. Ooh. I think we'll use all of that. In our new studio, we're going to have professional bobbin winders. That's all they do all day is wind bobbins. They're going to have their own room, a bobbin winding room. You're not going to believe this new studio. We've got 3 kitchens. We have a beauty salon, hairdressers, champagne bar. There's a gym. We have stables. There we go. There's a pool. Hairdressers, manicure. Massage parlour. Right. Okay, have we got questions? We like a question. Oh, Pauline. Hi, Pauline. Oh, Pauline's got a leather sofa. Oh, how posh are you? Oh, she's got a ripped seat. Right. Now then, if you've got a ripped, can you not mend the rip in your seat instead of just covering it up? If you put a cushion over the top, that's fine. But if I were you, I would, depends how big the rip is. If you can actually get inside it, use some, get yourself a really piece of strong fabric, so something like a very heavy calico or something like that. It doesn't have to be leather. If it's the same kind of colour as your sofa, then that would work well. And I would get inside the rip, put some glue on your fabric and feed it underneath, and then close the rip over. So you're literally kind of putting a plaster on it from the back and closing it over that way. Unless you're going to take it to an upholsterer, then that's probably going to be the easiest way to mend it. But she wants to make a cushion for it. And what's the best type of padding to use? It's entirely up to you, Pauline, what kind of, do you mean the cushion filler, the cushion pad? I'm not a fan of feathers. I won't have them anywhere in the house. It's just that I'm rather fond of ducks. So I'd always go for a microfilament cushion pad. Feathers tend to be a little bit heavier and they keep their shape better, but you know, better on the ducks. But if you wanted a really firm cushion, then that's probably going to be the best type to go for, if you're all right with that. Let's give this a press. I think that's what you meant. If not, come back again, let me know. Right. Right. Can we ask any more questions you like? It'd be nice to do some upholstery actually, wouldn't it? I don't know. We are a shopping channel. I don't know what we'd sell. Chairs maybe. But I do like to do a bit of upholstery. It's something that I trained in a few years ago. Right, so that's kind of a border around the edge. Let's do a big border around the edge. We've got enough fabric. Yes. Just. So that's just a ½ metre of fabric. I'm probably going to use all of that up here. So let's do that. And 2.5 inches, won't we? We could go a little bit bigger, I think, around the edge. Let's do 3 inches. Let's cut it straight. And that'll do. My daughter upholstered a stool the other day. It looked amazing. With buttons in it and everything. It looked really good. And again, it's like making curtains for your home, isn't it? You can choose any fabric you want to. So, there's the last one. Oh, that was a bit wobbly, wasn't it? Was that a bit wobbly? That's a wobble as far as I'm concerned. There. And there's the last one. Whoops. I think it would look just as nice, you know, if you just wanted the poppies and put 4 poppies together. We don't have to have all the different flowers, do we? Right, then we'll sew these around the edge. So you do the side ones first, and then the top and bottom. So again, I'm just avoiding that selvage. And just go straight down. There we go. So it's quite quick, but it's nice, I think, to put panels like this together because you're making something really big in a very short space of time, and it's really easy. And the quilting, again, you could use free motion embroidery, a little bit of stippling. You could do some echo quilting, so just sew around the squares a few times. There's 1, so we need 4 of those. Let's chop that bit off. And that bit. That's the selvage gone. It's going to be big, isn't it? So imagine if you went for the whole 12 months, you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, twice, another one here, and then twice the size of the whole thing. You'd have a massive quilt. That's probably single bedside, and then you could put a really big border around it as well. So let me know what your plans are. There we go. And again, the little machine I'm using is the 550, so it's a really sweet little machine, but it's very quick. So we'll be having a look at this at 11 o'clock. If you've already got it and you've got any questions, come and let me know. But we've got 50 stitches on here, and it's a really fast, smooth, quiet, compact machine by Elna with a 2-year warranty. 2 more to go. Oops. I can't see which ones are my scraps and which ones that I'm using. Scrap, scrap, scrap. Using that one. And using that one. No, not using that one. I think I might have cut one too narrow. Got all these strips. Well, we'll have a narrow one on the top then, because otherwise I've got to join them together. I cut 2 inches instead of 2.5, and I've run out of fabric now. So again, right sides together, straight across the top. My foot pedal's migrating. So you don't see what goes on behind this counter. I'm actually in a yoga position at the moment. No, there's a lot of sewing in straight lines. Do apologise, but it's going to be worth it. It's coming together really nicely. So there's just one more strip to sew, and then we're done there. Oh, now then, coming up on Thursday, we've got, I don't know why I'm in on Thursday. I don't know how that happened, but I am. And Jane Brogan's going to be with me from Elna, and we have an embellisher, or a felting machine, sometimes called. So we've got something brand new for you coming up then. And felting isn't something I've done for a long time, but I wanted to get my machine out when I heard that there was an embellisher coming on. It's quite addictive if you haven't seen them before. So do tune in. Right, almost there. Again, just avoiding that selvage. And there we go. Oh, you didn't like that, did you? Right. Sewing from the edge of fabric. So machines just don't like it. They'll answer back. They'll get cheeky. Last strip, and then we'll iron it, and then we'll get the backing on it. Across the bottom. Almost finished. All right. There. So let's chop that bit off. Or chop that bit off. And then we'll iron it again. So it's looking good already, isn't it? That's so quick. So I'm not worried about pressing seams open or which direction or anything like that for this one. It's just going wherever it wants to go. Just make a little wall hanging, wouldn't it? That's to brighten up a room. Okay, let's have a look what we've got here. Is that going to be big enough, I wonder? We'll soon find out, won't we? Oh yeah. Now, if I'm making a quilt for bed, I wouldn't use this, but it's really nice for wall hangings and other items because it's so deep. It's a lot more affordable than the wool and the wool mixers as well. And you don't get so much lint inside your sewing machine when you're quilting with it. So that's going to go over there. And that's it. So I'd normally put a bit of 505 spray on that, but so well prepped I forgot it. There we go. Don't want you on there. Oh, see, I'm better prepped than I thought I was. Thank you. So a bit of spray on the back just to hold that in place. Any kind of adhesive you're using with fabric, make sure they are designed for fabrics. Because I'm going to sew through this. Give that a good old splurge in a well-ventilated room and away from your sewing machine, please. There we go. And the other half there. And then we'll have a think about how we're going to quilt it. So I think, given time, you don't want to sit and watch me sew any more straight lines, I'm sure. I would sew around each one of these pieces here so it looks like it's been pieced together. And then I'd do another row of stitches just around the whole of the edge. So we'll do a little bit just so that you can see how we're going with it. Let me just cut some of this down because I've got rather a lot of wadding here. There we go. Oh, that's folded over. We don't want that folded over. It'll be too thick in that department. I had my eyes tested last week. And while the optician was having a rummage round in my eye, she said, did you know you got some thread in there? What? I've got red thread in my eye. She's quite difficult to find because I've got loads of red veins in my eyes as well. But yeah, she actually pulled out a piece of thread from somewhere right within my eye. And I texted my daughter and said, the optician found some thread in my eye. And she said, OMG, you're turning into sewing. And then she said, have you ever watched Coraline? No, I'm not going to be the evil mother with button eyes, but I may be. She also said that when I die, she's just going to unravel me like a cocoon. I don't mind being unravelled like a cocoon as long as you upcycle me. I fancy being upcycled when I'm gone. Turn me into something else, just not a Coraline mother. Or one of those fabric softener family people. I'm going to be one of those. Right, I'm just going to sew down the middle first just to hold all of this in place. Oh, over we go. If I was putting a wool wadding behind it, I may start in the middle. I may put some fabric just behind there just to stop so much lint going inside the machine, which can happen. So let's do a lock stitch. And I'm going to lengthen the stitch to a 3 because it's not a seam, so it doesn't have to be strong. And I'm just going to sew around the square. So needle down there, and turn around. Whoops, that's my scissors gone. Oh, you can see already how the stitches really sink into the fabric. That's the beauty of having one of these really nice deep waddings. There you go. It looks so much better already, doesn't it? Just that little bit of quilting. I normally go from the centre out, and I'd put a white back in on this because I think a colour might show through. Let's go all the way around, shall we? And I'd normally go from the middle outwards, but you know, I'm on a roll here. What are you doing there? Oh, it's another thread. Oh, I'll just pop that in my eye. It's where I save my spare threads. I don't know how long it had been in there because I can't remember the last time I actually sewed with red. It could have been there for years. I've got a whole cutting table and everything at the back of my eyes. Funny, isn't it? You think your eyes were so sensitive that you'd feel anything there, but no. And the funny thing is, it was actually still on the bobbin. This is a really interesting show, isn't it? Because I'm just sewing straight lines, round and round in squares. Oh, I'll tell you what, while we're doing that, let me see if we've got any messages from you. Right. Oh, Val says it'd be nice if we could do some more pictures from books. Oh, Dawn's, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's take that foot pedal out and then just press start, and then we can do 2 things at once. Dawn sent a photo in, which is, oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much, Dawn. Oh, look at those. Love to send the pictures. Yeah, I wasn't catching up, Dawn. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Trying to sew in straight lines. Morning, Sue. She's loving the show. Thanks for the demo yesterday. Oh, Sue's been making my cow panels. Oh, lovely. Thank you for sending those in. This is multitasking, isn't it? Who else have we got? Oh, Pam's been... Oh, those are nice as well. She's just done straight line quilting all across the panels. They look lovely. Let's do it properly, shall we? Oh, I'm back to the beginning there. So we'll need to go down the centres. So it doesn't get too caught. So I started in the middle, so I'll need to go down this bit. And I'm just going to stop right at the line that I just sewed here. So I'm not crossing them over basically. So let's slow down a bit. And we'll do a couple of stitches backwards there. And stop. And then we'll go back down this side. So it's still, even though I'm just sewing straight lines all over the place, it's just coming together quite quickly, isn't it? So that there. Let's just roll this up. That's better. And away we go. So we've got a new book for you in the next hour, which is a great way of using up some of your fat quarters. Although they're just small pieces of fabric, so you don't have to go out and buy fat quarters especially if you've got some fabric you'd like to use already. One more line. What time are we? We've got ages yet, haven't we? So just down this bit here. And there we go. So again, I would sew around all of the squares of each one of the panels as well. Or I do like the straight line quilting, that looked really nice too. I think when you're thinking about how you're going to quilt something like this, it seems a shame in a way to actually quilt over the top of the flowers, but it works. Really good. Right, there we go. And this is the last bit here. We could do a bit of free motion. Oh man, you haven't got a foot, have I? So again, I'm just using the edge of my foot. I'm not marking this at exactly 1/4 of an inch. Because it's not necessary. Right, so a quick reverse stitch there. And a stop, and there we go. So that's that bit done. So how's that? It's really good, isn't it? And so imagine if you get to the end of the whole 12, how big that quilt's going to be. So let's trim these threads off there. So, there we go. And then I'm just going to have a double check, because I was sewing at the same time, Dawn, so I didn't have a proper look at your picture. So it's Pam that did the straight line, so have a look on the Facebook page. Oh, they're cushion covers. They look really good. So you've got 3 of them, and you've got poppies. Is that your tablecloth behind? Or is it bed linen? But you've got poppies, so the poppy one's going to match with those, aren't they? So they look really lovely. And Sue's been cross-hatch quilting, and Dawn's quilted around the edge. Oh, we could have done a quilt as you go, couldn't we? That would have been nice. Hi Val, she said we could do, did I read that one? I might have read it to myself and not out loud. It'd be great if you could do some more of your bags from your books. She's got every one of them, she said. You've got big shelves then. Got 22 of those so far. They're lovely. Thank you so much for your pictures. It's really nice to see those. Right, so given more time, I'd stitch around here. On the flowers that overlap, I'd stop and then carry on. I'd maybe do a little bit of free motion embroidery around the edge of here. That would be rather nice. Don't have a foot. Again, miss that bit out there. No, it's the one with the spring in it. They're quite a big one. Thank you. They're so helpful here at Sewing. Let's just cut some of this down a little bit. And then have, oh, I tell you what, we could use, I haven't got enough fabric for backing fabric. I could use some of this for binding. Ah, that's what we can do. We can, let's just take that off. Join it together in strippy bits, can't we? Make some, I shan't do all of it because we will be here all day. But let's just have a go and see what it looks like. So let's do, where's my cutter gone? Let us do a darker one of those and a paler one. Whoops. We'll just do next door because it's easy. And then we'll have a few small strips. That'd tie the whole thing together, wouldn't it? So if I just have some like scrappy binding in all of the colours, that would work really well. So let's chop you off there, and we'll have, shan't do all of it, but you get the gist. So we've got a couple of those. Do you realise I've got to take all of these scraps home, so I finish this at some point. And then we'll do the same with the purple from June. So I'm just going to join the straps all together. They're all going to be different lengths as well, so I'm not going to be accurate. And then make the binding out of it. That'll be fine. Let's have a couple of May. Well, this when things come together, isn't it? I'm trying to think what I'd use all of these for. There must be something, must be a project. Right, a couple of those. I'd use all of these, all of the different shades when you're doing it properly. Let's have a longer one with that one. And there's one more from the poppy. So these are the brighter colours. We do have some hot tomato fabric on the show, by the way, which goes really well with this one if you wanted a really bold look. Maybe you want some brightly coloured, binding. Right, so let's do that. And that. And that. And we'll have those a bit shorter. Right, let's join these together. So different colours and different lengths all joined together. And then we'll just do a little bit. Oh, I'm putting my foot on the foot pedal and I'm not plugged in. The foot pedal's halfway to Australia at the moment. So have one of those, have one of those. And again, things don't have to be too perfect when you're doing binding like this. It's nice when it's scrappy. And I'm not joining them at diagonal angles either because I think they look better like this. There's another couple. I'd lay them all out normally as well, just so I can make sure I haven't got two the same matching. Then we'll join those together. Let's do a grey one there. We're all right for time. I feel a little bit, oh, didn't like that. Self-indulgent in this hour because I'm just enjoying myself having a bit of a sew. Needles come undone. They tend to do that sometimes when you start sewing right on the edge of your fabric. They don't like it there. The machines don't like to sew on air. Not like overlockers, which kind of like sewing on air. Oh, talking of air and overlockers, we've got the Dukey air thread overlocker coming up at the 11 o'clock show as well. Right, that will do. So let's iron that. Let's see how we look. So it's just multicoloured piece of binding. Again, not worried about pressing open or anything like that. Oh, got another bit there, never mind. Right, so I'm going to do a single fold bias binding. So let's fold this in half. And then we'll fold the long edges to the centre again. On both sides. So I've got a nice deep binding using the whole 2.5 inch strip. It's a little bit too big to go through a 1 inch bias binding maker, but as you can see, it can be quite quick to do bias binding without a maker. Just be careful you don't get your thumb too close to the iron. Same again here. So both long edges to the centre. You could use a little bit of spray starch on there or some best press to hold it all in place. If you find it's arguing with you. There we go, and if it helps you can again fold that in half if you wanted to sew both sides on at the same time. I don't normally, I normally hand sew the back. So that's almost done. Obviously this is only a very small section, but let's see how it looks. You do at the end of the show, I just go like that. None in studio. Right, so I'm going to go to sew one corner because I haven't got enough to do everything. So let's trim this back and I'll show you. And I'm going to mitre the corner. I know we did a mitred corner yesterday, but I'm just going to do it again because I think it's a really nice finish to a quilt. So let's trim that there. So we'll just go around the corner. We'll just do this bit. All right, so that's my chosen corner. Obviously I'm going to have some backing fabric on there which I'm running out of, so I will just use a little bit of this one. Obviously you would cover the whole of the back. But I just need to put something on the back, so I've got something to wrap my binding around. So we'll just do a little bit. We'll just do, say that much. What's under there? Oh! And I'll chop that off. And then and that'll do. Right, so that's just going to be a little bit of backing fabric. So let's have a bit of spray on the back of there as well. I don't think I've ever made such a mess. Can you see what I'm doing? Right, so that goes on there. And right, so I'm not going to attach this too much because I'm going to unpick it at some point. I just wanted to see what this binding looks like. Okay, so I would always start my binding on the middle of the left-hand side, not on the middle of the right-hand side like I have here. The reason being there will be a join there, although on this type of binding it doesn't really matter if you see the join because it's got joins all the way around it anyway. But if you're putting a plain colour binding, I always put the join on the left-hand side because the eye is drawn from the left to the right, so it'll concentrate more on things that are going on the right-hand side of your project. Right, let us flip this open. And I'm just going to sew down this seam, down the crease. And I'm going to sew, I'll show you again. And I did this yesterday. Just get I've got a biro, that's fine. Now the distance between the crease and the outside here will be just over 1/2 inch. So whatever distance this is, so that's where I'm going to sew. I need to stop that distance from this corner. So let's not have a seam too close to it. So I'm going to sew, 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 sew. I can see where the edge of my fabric is here. So I'm going to stop sewing about there. So sew all the way down and stop there, okay? And then I'm going to do a couple of stitches backwards and then turn the work around. So let's pop that there. You don't have to mark this every single time. I'm just going to have to get your biro out. All right, so sew all the way down. And stop that distance from the edge. A couple of stitches backwards and take your work out And then we're going to turn this around, but still line up the edge of the fabric with the edge of the quilt. So raw edges together here, and I'll have a nice neat triangle in the corner there, and then start to sew right from the edge of that crease there. And here you go. And do that in all of the corners. So I'll just stop there, because again I'm going to unpick this and do it properly when I've got more backing fabric. And then where your corner is, when you open that up and fold it around, oh, how satisfying is that? You get that really lovely little mitre. Then turn over, and I hand sew the back. If any of this wadding needs cutting back, there's no harm in doing that. But you need to wrap over. See, that's too thick there now. Things happen like this, it's fine. Wrap this over until it covers over the stitches, and then I'll do a hand slip stitch. And when you come to the corner on this side, you're going to mould it into another mitre, which is really easy because it wants to do that. So then you get that really nice, professional, sharp, square corner on both sides of your quilt. And I kind of like this multicoloured because you've got so many different colours in your quilt, and obviously there's going to be more to come. It ties it all together, doesn't it? So if I was just to have the purple all the way around, purple's not going to match this, and it may go with that one, but it won't match the roses. But when you have just an element of colour, I really like that. I think it just brings the whole thing together. So there's a few ideas for you anyway, what you're going to do with your, I can't wait to see what you've been making with yours. So if you've got any more messages from you, so I'm not texting happy birthday to my granddaughter today. I'll do that later. Hi Dawn, hi Debbie, loving the show. I'm so happy that you're covering the Dukey overlocker. I got mine, I'm fine with the loopers, but the needle threading side is a bit off. I hope you can help. I can help you with that one actually. We're going to briefly explain about the overlocker. We've got the Dukey sewing machine as well. We're going to be concentrating our time on the 550, but I can show you how to thread the needle because I can even do that without switching it on. Sue, she says, where do you put all your scraps? Actually, I do save all of my scraps normally, but apart from tiny little ones. They make great wadding. So if you're stuffing toys and things like that, I shred them up into little pieces and use them for toy filler. But the embellisher that we have on Thursday is a great way of using up scraps of fabric like this because it mashes them all together and makes brand new fabric out of it. So that's a good thing to do with scraps as well. So hang on to those when Jane comes in. Okay, do you want to have a look through? What a mess. Honestly, Deborah, I'm tutting at myself here. I'm not normally so messy. Oh well. So August is the poppies. That's that. I must have one that I haven't cut into. So that's what I cut out. That'll be right in front of me then. So you have your poppy panel. These are 12-inch squares. You've got August, poppy and quilted by labels if you choose to use them. And then all of these 2¼ inch strips as well. So 2½-inch strips. Almost 200 of these have sold already. And this is only the first day you've seen it. £9.99 for all of that. It is actually twice the size. That's folded in half. So that's your poppy. Then, should we go backwards? This is July. So this is Delphinium. There you go. I like the way they overlap. I think that's it's quite quirky. It does make it look appliqued. So again, your 12-inch square panel, and then all of those. They're 2½ inches by 43 inches, so nice long strips on there as well. So that's July. And then we've got June, which is the rose. There we go. And it is £9.99. If you're looking earlier on, you may have seen £10.99 there and thought, what are you playing at? But no, it is £9.99, so don't worry about that. We've got the right price on now. And then finally is the first one that we brought you, which is the Lily of the Valley, which is our May panel. Oh, and just to show you really quickly, this is the wall hanger that I made. So not necessarily just your cushion covers and bags and quilts you can make with it. Think outside the box a little bit and make some coordinating items. Right, so that's that. With August, so much stuff. We have hot tomato fabric. So if you just wanted to make something like the wall hanging and pull out one of the colours, then you've got a really nice smash of hot tomato. It's £3.49 for half a metre, and it comes by the half metre, so it's all joined up if you ordered more than one. So I would suggest I'd go for a metre, just to make sure you've got it. And particularly if you're going to go for backing fabric, it's only £3.49. If you're making something like this, actually that was polywadding. If you wanted to make something like this, or the bag actually, then I would use the H640. That's what I use for bag making, and you can still quilt through it and you still get the stitches sinking in nicely. And there's a metre square of that one, and that's only £9.99, so that's great value. And the polywadding that I used was in this bag, and this is, there we go, that's what's left. It's about, you do get a bit more because this is pretty useless, isn't it? It's about 1/4 inch thick, but it's got a high loft, so it's really bouncy, and the stitches really do sink into it. And it's polyester, so it's going to be washable as well. So that's only £3.99, which is great value for me. I'm going to put that back in the bag. I don't know who's going to be using that, but there you go. Okay, well, thanks for your pictures and thanks for your comments, and don't go anywhere because Katharine is going to be back in the next hour, and she's going to be making up a little, a storage caddy. I thought it was here. So I'd better tidy the mess up, hadn't I? I'll see you again in about 2 minutes' time.
Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose-fitting clothing, everyday, simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
And welcome back again. We've got a brand new book for you in this show, and this is it. We've got a Fat Quarter Home. So lots of ideas for every room around your house, but only using small pieces of fabric. So don't have a look. So we have really achievable projects with books like this as well. So it's a great book if you're a beginner sewer, if you're teaching somebody how to sew. You'll always have in books the materials and equipments that are used in the books, and hints and tips and techniques that you're going to find useful as well. Oh, they could have found a cleaner hammer than that, couldn't they? Oh, so being picky. In the kitchen, you're going to be making tea cozies, and we've got, what else have we got? We've got a bag. You've got a bag to keep your cabbages in. I like a cabbage bag myself. Pot holders and, a seat cover. That's a nice idea. What else have we got? A cafetiere cover. And a little peg bag. That's pretty. But again, all using small pieces of fabric. And I think it's quite nice if you are learning or you're a beginner or you want something quick to sew, to be able to make something and finish it and then actually use it in a short space of time. You can decorate your bed linen, look. A lavender bag to go around your coat hangers. Ward off the moths even. Hot water bottle covers. Oh, and then in the bathroom, so you can decorate towels, and then we've got the living room. So you can see it's all kind of chaptered into different areas of your home. So you can make coasters, cushion covers. Nothing to say that you can't use these in other rooms. So you could have your embroidery hoop art in the kitchen instead of in the living room. And you've got patterns in the back as well. They do need enlarging, so you need a photocopier to enlarge those. Now this is £12.99. The RRP on these is normally £16.99. I can't see what it is on there, but we've got a good price on that one. So that's Fat Quarter Home. We have put together some bundles for you, and Katharine is going to be with us in just a second, and she's going to make the storage caddy. So if you wanted to make this exact caddy with this exact fabric, you're going to need this bundle. So you have brand new fabrics to us today, which is nice, isn't it? And you've got the peach colour with the fine outlines of the floral, and then the green check, and there's ½ metre of each of those, so you're getting plenty, and you've got your interfacing there as well, so that's what gives the pouch its stiffness. So brand new Spice Garden fabric by Henry Glass. for £19.49. That's lovely quality as well, but don't they go so well together? Nice and spring-like and fresh and pretty. So Katharine's going to be showing us how to make that in just a second. And then coming up next, still got your interfacing, and this time 1/2 metre of the pink, and you've got the very fine little flowers, like crests almost in there. And again, that's £14.49. This is Moda fabric. So £14.49 there, 1 metre of fabric in total and interfacing. Actually, if you just love the fabrics, you can just go for the fabrics because the book's separate anyway. And maybe, I don't know, making cushion covers and homewares and bags out of it, perhaps. This one's quite Christmassy, I think, because you've got a bit of foiling going on here. So you've got your red hearts with the gold foil, and that goes with the grey. And your interfacing as well, for £11.49 for all of those. So there you go. Shall we get sewing? Well, you can see we've tied it. I literally did that. So I've got a big mess down there that I need to sort out before I go and sit down. So we'll have a quick tidy up and Katharine will be here in a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Katharine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking. But I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles, really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and, oh, you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I also just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself, and I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened. Take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, slowly. And I would also say the iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
So I was going to say, tell us a bit about yourself, but you just did. So how did you find the book?
Yes,
There's nice little projects, aren't there?
Yeah, lots of nice little projects to, if you want to just like tart your home up a little bit without spending loads of money, you can do some nice little bits and bobs.
And I was saying earlier, I like the idea if you're new to sewing of being able to produce something that you can use, but with small pieces of fabric, if it all goes horribly wrong, you're not wasting very much, are you?
Absolutely, it's not the end of the world. And they're achievable. You're going to spend maybe a morning or an afternoon doing something. It's not something that's going to take hours and hours and days. So you get nice quick results, and I think that's really important when you're learning.
Yes. Nice gift ideas too. So where do we start with the caddy?
Right, so you do need to copy, or with this I actually drew out because you had to expand it quite a lot, the pattern. So I actually, because it was rectangles, was able just to draw it out, scale it up. You've got one big piece like this for your pockets. One long piece. Now you will see I have made various markings along here. They are on the pattern and they're important because they're going to help you place your pocket channels properly. Right. So I've just marked them on, and then one piece for your interior bag. And again, I've marked my little, you can see them, marked my little placement bits. And then you need 2 of the circles for the base. And the pattern on this one has little quarter bits to mark as well to help you get the base of your bag in nicely. I've just marked them there, but you can also mark them by folding your circle into quarters. Yeah. And then you can get that placement too. Okay. You also need to cut your interfacing, and the book suggests that you cut your interfacing 1 centimetre smaller. That's actually a little bit more than 1 centimetre, isn't it? Because you've got 1 centimetre seams, and the pattern, again, it is if you do manage to blow up the pattern enough, it has got that on, and you can cut it smaller. So I've cut out my interfacing and ironed that on as well. I'm always quite good at melting interfacing onto my iron, so I thought I wouldn't do that to yours in the studio. I'd get it ready in advance. Okay, right, so we don't need the base just yet. What we're going to do first is start by making the pockets. So we need this piece first, and we're going to start by folding it in half. And obviously, because this has got a little bit of a directional pattern on, you need to just be slightly aware of which is going to be the inside and the outside of your pocket, because it might upset you if you get your pattern on the wrong way round, mightn't it? So we shall just do some pins. I'm going to pop my pins in where my channels are going to be later, where I've done my little marks, because that's going to be the second bit. But we're going to join this bottom edge first, all the way along, just to hold it all in place. Now the book, you get a nice neat fold along this top edge. It's quite nice and crisp. The book doesn't tell you to top stitch it, but we did say you could, didn't we?
Yeah, I
but,
would.
You know, if you fancied it,
yeah.
I wanted an even, crisper finish, then you can do.
I think with any kind of books or magazines or projects, basically, it's nice to make it up as it was intended, but it's also quite nice to personalise a bit, because I was thinking as well, some bias binding around the top of the pocket would look nice, wouldn't it?
That would look nice as well.
Really, a nice outline around there.
I think the nice thing about these books is you can make it the first time, then you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So then you can mess about with it the second time, and then you can tweak it, can't you, to suit yourself. But yeah, the second one always turns out better than the first, I find. Although that's famous last words, isn't it?
Yeah, it made it, yeah.
I'm tempting fate there. Right, so we're just going to go along the bottom edge of this to hold it all shut.
In the book, it's actually it's called a shoe cleaning kit, and they've just put brushes and dusters and things like that in. But I think this is so nice. A shoe cleaning kit, I wouldn't keep it out. That would be in the cupboard under the sink.
Too nice for that.
Yeah, so I'd use it as storage in my sewing room, or maybe in the bathroom and put I don't know, cotton wool buds and pads and things like that in there. Makeup brushes would be nice as well, or maybe pencils if you're an artist.
Right, pulling those out, and I don't need to pull them out. I need to leave them in.
Oh, okay.
For my channels. I think knitting, or or your cross stitch or something by the telly.
Yes, that's a good idea.
So you can just have it next to you when you're watching telly. Okay, then this is going to get. We're going to place the pocket part along the base of the interior back bit, and we're going to just line up the edges. So this is all. We'll try and get after I said about the pattern, let's try and get it right.
Yeah, get it right, Katharine.
Let's try.
Just get it right.
I'll have a go. I can't promise.
Well, you haven't broken a needle today.
Not today, but we've still got some time to go, Debbie. Okay, and I'm going to line up where these channels are going to go. So my little crosses underneath are going to line with the pins, and it seems a little bit strange because you're going, it's not quite going to, it doesn't look like it's going to fit, but it's going to be okay because we're going to put the little pleats in the pocket. So don't panic yet. One does feel sometimes that anything could happen.
It normally does.
Okay, so you can see it's starting to just move that up so that you can see where the pockets are going to form. So the next stage of this is to sew our two edges down and then sew up the channels where the pockets are going to be. Okay. And you will have a little bit on the edge, but that's fine because that's where we're going to join it all together. So you don't on this end, this last channel, you don't want it to be right at the end. Else, when you join your bag together, you join this in a seam up, you'll find that you are chopping off half your pocket.
Oh, okay.
If you see what I mean. I think it'll become apparent as we go on. Right, so I'm going to sew these 2 edges on now to hold them in place and then sew the channels. So it's nice straightforward stitching and just straight stitching, nothing particularly tricky.
The thing is, it looks as though it is. It's another one of those projects that if you give it to somebody as a gift, they're going to think you're ever so clever.
Yes. Well, you'll see when we start to get our pleats in, it suddenly starts to look quite fancy.
And that interfacing it's enough, isn't it? I didn't think interfacing a bit strong enough to hold it up.
Well, I to start off with, you sort of think, oh, it's a bit lightweight, but actually it's not. It's actually a really nice weight of interfacing, and it's not too stiff when you come to sew it. I made sure I did a little reverse, because when you put things in pockets, you don't want them to come away because you haven't secured your stitching.
So now, Katharine takes workshops for kids, don't she? What kind of projects do you do with them?
Well, we do all sorts. We've been doing quite a lot of art and clay and things like that.
Oh, but so it's not just sewing?
Not just sewing at all, no, all kinds of things. But I am bringing back the sewing machines for the first time since lockdown with the children next week. And we're going to make... I do quite a lot of applique with children, actually.
Oh, do you?
I do, because they can get really lovely results with it. Because if you get your bonder web and you get your shape on beautifully, they're not having to worry about pins and things.
Yeah.
And also with applique, I do think, if you go around the edge, if it's not perfect, it doesn't matter, does it? Sometimes that little frayed look can look quite nice.
Yes.
So they can get a lovely result with applique. So I often do applique projects. And then when I start to teach dressmaking, we start with the nice straightforward things like sort of pyjama shorts and things like that. They work well because children do really, really like making their own clothes. They feel very good. Yes.
I used to. I had to. There weren't the shops around like you have now.
Plus you get something nobody else has got. You can choose a really funky fabric and that kind of thing, can't you? And they do like it if you get time at the end to add a bit of a trim or a bit of bling on them, then they can really personalise things. It is a personal mission to make sure that children can at least sew buttons on. Yeah. I think it's important skills.
I think things like that are. It's not. It's a life skill. When you consider the amount of fabric that we actually live with, to be able to mend and repair it, particularly in this day and age where we want things to last a long, long time, it's really important.
Nearly there. You can see these channels are starting to take shape. I just want to go on this end.
Nice size as well, this, isn't it?
It's just dinky. It's not going to take up too much room, but it's big enough to put stuff in.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. When I was making up the example, there were some ladies sewing in my craft centre at the same time, and they immediately went, remote control on my glasses case next to the telly. And actually, do you know what? You could put your snacks in there.
Yes.
My bag of crisps that I like when I'm watching telly. Okay, so we've got our little pockets. And we're going to get the iron out to help us put our pleats in.
So I'm partial to a salty popcorn myself.
Are you? Yeah, I like salted over sweet, definitely. But yeah, crisps are a slight downfall for me in the house. Okay, so what you're going to do is each side of the pocket, of the channel that you've sewn, you're going to press in a little pleaty shape. And it's worth just taking your time to get it all lined up, and then they'll be nice and even. too much there because I've got to get it even on both sides. So it's only a few mil really, but it's just going to give the nice shape that you want. There we go. So there's the first one like that.
So if they were too deep, they'd just flop open, wouldn't they?
Well, they would. You want it to hold the things that you've got. I'm wrestling with it a bit here, but we're getting there. Okay. I like these two colours together.
Pretty, aren't they?
They are. This is quite, I would say this is quite lounge. This one's almost a little bit kitcheny.
Yes, I think you're right.
And actually that, you know, by your sink, maybe put your rubber gloves in it.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. I always think, especially if you haven't got a very big house, I've got a nice house, but it's not enormous. Everything has to have its proper place. And if it's got a place, then you can keep it tidy and it's not small, if you see what I mean. So these kinds of things are useful.
Do you have one of those drawers? One of those drawers that has the keys from the house that you lived in 10 years ago?
Yes.
And the car keys from the car that you haven't even owned it for 10 years?
It's not that long since I moved house. I moved house last October, and I did do a very, very big clear out in order to move, and threw away my friend's house keys that we'd had for the last 11 years, and they'd actually changed the front door locks and they didn't even work anyway. And I did eventually go, do you know what, don't need those anymore, let's throw them away.
It would be hanging on to things like that. The one thing that you can never find, and I know it's somewhere in that drawer, is the radiator key.
It's true.
But where else do you keep things?
It's true.
You have to have a rummage drawer.
I don't know about you, but your husband always says it's your fault that you can't find the radiator key, even though you've never touched the radiator key. Okay. So this one on the end does look slightly bigger, but that's because it's going to get joined up.
Right.
You can see they're starting to take shape. This is that kind of perhaps the fiddliest bit, I think, just to get it smart.
So it was wooden beads yesterday. I bought some wooden beads and I couldn't find them anywhere. I was blaming everybody. You walk around the whole house thinking, if I picked them up and put them somewhere, I would have put them there. They weren't in the drawer. My daughter had taken them home.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't your fault.
No, it wasn't my fault at all. I thought I was going mad. I was hours looking for these beads. Everybody was in trouble. Cats, dogs, everybody.
Nearly
there. Was it yesterday we were talking to Alexa? I know. I haven't got one, don't know very much about them, but I thought they were personal to your voice. So I actually said, Alexa, could you order me a 680 sewing machine from Sewing Street, please? And apparently somebody in Spain didn't actually place the order because my Alexa's just gone off.
My
I'm imagining all these orders. I'm sorry about the Alexa moment. If you're Alexa, it's probably going off again now, isn't it?
We've got one.
Oh, have you?
Yes, I don't use it loads, but it's very useful for timing stuff when you're cooking.
Oh.
Because I have a real habit of putting stuff in the oven, wandering off, forgetting about it. Usually because I've wandered off to go and do some sewing, or cut something out, and then forgetting and burning the tea. But it will remind you you've put it on.
But isn't it supposed to recognise your own voice?
Well, I think it recognises anybody that says Alexa, to be honest.
Oh, right, okay, sorry. I had loads of messages
but I don't know, I'm not very
home.
techy.
Sorry.
So. Right, so we've got those all pressed in, and I'm going to tack across the bottom of them with the machine to hold it all in place.
Right, okay. You can see how it's coming together now, can't you? It's all starting
It's
to make
suddenly got
sense.
a little bit of shape, hasn't it?
See if we've got any messages from you. Not at the moment. Dawn, we will have a look at that overlocker in the next hour and show you the route that the thread needs to take.
Do you know what? Overlockers are such a nice thing to have if you do a lot of sewing, aren't they?
Yeah.
Not essential, but a very nice to have. Okay, so we've got 6 nice pockets. Right, so now we're going to fold it in half, right sides together. Might just snip a few of those little ends off and keep it tidy. Really, should do it as I go along, shouldn't I?
Oh, I do it at the end.
Do you?
Yeah.
Sometimes they can get caught up. That's the only thing, isn't it? Occasionally, depending on what you're doing. That's a bit better. Okay. So we're going to do this long side seam. What we've got to remember, because we're going to bag it out, is to leave a hole about 10 centimetres, it said in the book.
So what do you make with clay at the centre? Have you got a kiln? Do the whole
No, that would be
thing?
no, and that would be lovely, wouldn't it? We tend to use air drying clay because then the children can take it home the same day.
Like
but they
Fimo,
do
that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, you can get clay that is proper clay.
Oh, right.
And just dries.
Oh, okay.
So they can model with it and then they can paint it before they take it home. Oh. So it's quite nice. So, but we do all sorts of things. Glass fusion, that's very popular.
Do you?
Yeah, that's really nice. And silversmithing. I don't teach all of these. I have lovely tutors that come in and teach also. But all sorts of fun stuff. So yeah, the children can do all of those things in the summer, which is really nice. Oh. They particularly like silversmithing because they get to use like serious tools like hammers and things. What child doesn't want to hammer stuff? Okay, so we're going to go down this with a 1 centimetre seam. Remembering my hole. I forgot on that. I always do. Yeah. But that's what your unpickers for. And you can feel it starting to get a little bit thicker, but because you haven't done huge amounts of interfacing on those edges, then it's not too bulky. Little gap. And up to the top. Okay. Pins that. So now we're going to put in our bases. So this is putting a circle in. There's actually really quite detailed instructions to show you how to do this in the book if you've not done it before, yes. But this is where your little 1/4 inch markings are quite useful because you can match them up and you can fold your bag part into quarters as well so that you can see where you're matching to. So I'm going to match one seam. So obviously right sides together again. Now you can use pins or I have bought my useful quilting clips because I quite like those when you're doing circles and things to go around. So if you get your quarters in your quarter section bits clipped or pinned together first and then you can fit the rest to it because it's that thing where you're making a round thing fit into a different space.
It is really worth taking your time over this, isn't it?
Yeah. Because it will fit and it'll fit nicely. But you've just got to do it a little bit at a time so that you get round the corners. You can see it's going to fit very nicely. Now, when I was making up the example, I was a little bit like, oh, this is interesting because often you'd put both bits together and then attach around the top, but this folds down. Yeah, which is slightly different, but it's because you're going to bag it out on the side. So you're actually going to put a circle on both ends and then pull it through that side bit. I've done lots of bagging out today, haven't I?
It's a nice technique to learn, though, isn't it? Not just the bagging out, but the putting circles in and things. Because when you start to design your own bags or storage pots or whatever, it's worth knowing how to do all of these kind of things. You're learning a skill basically that you can use for other projects.
Absolutely. You could, enlarge this up as well, couldn't you?
Yeah.
This is what you use when you do like holdalls, sports holdalls.
Yes.
They're good.
Overnight bags.
I did those with a class of children once.
Did you?
They weren't complete newbies, I have to say. They were girls who'd and they were all girls. Don't get many boys, unfortunately, because it's a shame, because sewing's not just for girls, is it? But yeah, we did sports holdalls and did this, and it was great. They came out really well.
When you think of fashion designers, 50-50 men and women,
Yeah.
that's an awful lot of clips.
I know, but I really wanted to hold in. And it won't pucker then if I've got plenty. Although it's small, it's still very curved.
Yeah.
Because it's brown.
Yeah.
And I don't want it to ruckle as I go. You can see it looks very neat though, doesn't it?
It does.
It does look like it's got a fighting chance of going in neatly. Of course, now I can barely get it under the sewing machine because I put so many clips in, but okay, so just that 1 centimetre again that we're going to go all the way around. Because it is a relatively small circle, you want to just take it a little bit steady when you're putting it in, I found.
So we've got coat hanger covers. They're quite nice, particularly if you've got a very special outfit that you want to save. The sewing the circle in the base is in the technique section as well.
You don't often get very nice coat hangers if you buy clothes, do you?
No.
Often the coat hanger that you get is it's not too good.
We've got tea cozies. We've got a bit of mint going on there. Look in a bag. That's the cabbage bag. Pot holder.
But I mean, I don't know about you. I think you can never have too many tote shopping bags these days because you don't do plastic bags anymore.
Yeah.
And the times I've gone out and go, oh, I forgot my bag.
Yes.
Yes. So it's always really handy to have spare ones in the car, fold up ones in your handbag.
So peg bags, a little half apron there as well. All with, again, fat quarters of fabric, so just not to take up very much room. It's a shoe cleaning kit. I just think it's a shame because I'd put that away. I wouldn't want my shoe cleaning kit out on the worktop. A plastic bag tidy, so you don't have to throw them away. That could be maybe for the dog bags, the poo bags. We've got wash bags, then in the bedroom. So just using fabrics to decorate bed linen you've already got, that's a very affordable way of refreshing. Have you done?
Right, so we've got the circle in. Not looking too bad.
Very neat.
And we're going to do the same the other end.
Okay.
This one hasn't got, only one of the bases has got interfacing in, so this one isn't quite as stiff. So it'd be a little bit easier.
Okay.
Right. Get my multitude of clips out again.
Lots of explanations in here as well, which I like. Oh, there's the wash bag's nice. You can roll that up, can't you?
That's handy.
Yeah.
When you put little bottles and all the rest.
So, and storage book, that's another sewing in circles one, I would imagine. Yeah. In fact, it looks just the same at this point as to what you're doing now.
Very similar. It hasn't got the pockets on the outside.
Oh, that's true.
So, same idea. Or similar idea without the pockets.
I do like lots of storage though. I like to be neat and organised. You know where everything is. You're not buying things twice.
Do you have your
Apart from
fabric?
wooden beams.
Do you have your fabric stash all neatly?
Yes.
Do you?
In colour coordinated.
That's so nice.
Yes.
I don't. It's fairly neat. But yeah, it could be neat.
No, I can't work in a mess. The room will end up messy by the time I finish at the end of the day, but then it's got to be nice and tidy and clean when I start the next morning.
Yes, well that's fair enough, because you when you're working,
I have my threads on those like pegboards on one of the walls, and I've got 4 of them for threads and then another one for bobbins, and they're all in colour order. And if I'm being really pernickety, I actually put the colour of the pins together on my pin cushion as well. So they're all...
Really? Mm-hmm. Gosh, I won't show you my sewing room. You'd be outraged, horrified. Everything just gets chucked in. I have to say, at the craft centre, it's very organised. I have a lot of storage there. I've got big units with like boxes in, and you know those clippy boxes,
Yeah.
and every box is for a different thing or a different course, and that is pretty well organised. The insides of the boxes aren't necessarily very tidy. I have a lovely lady called Hannah who helps me out a lot, and her first job when she comes in is to go and tidy some of the boxes, because she knows I've just chucked everything into it. I am the bane of her life. But that's why I have her, to keep me organised. She's fantastic. Right, we're nearly there with my mini clips. Sometimes a small thing is slightly more fiddly than a big thing.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
So if we've got any more messages from you, I think we're all concentrating today. Where are we? And community. What do you do with your scraps then? So was asking what to do with scraps, little bits of fabric. Do you throw them away?
No. Well, so bigger scraps I save for applique or patchwork, and then when they get smaller than that, if they're long strips, I save them and we use them. Have you ever made bowls? Yeah,
yes,
where they wrap them around a rope.
Piping cord, yeah.
Yes, so they get saved for that if they're long strips. And if they're really small bits, I have one giant box and they all get chucked in there and we use them for collage with children.
Oh, that's a
So
nice idea.
very, very little gets thrown away.
Yeah.
It has to be said. There's always a use. And I do sometimes think, well, it would be good if I had time, I'd sit and snip up the really small bits and use it as stuffing. I've never quite found time to sit and snip it all up. But sometimes when we do that, and we're doing it with collage stuff, I will sit and cut little bits up and put them all by colour. So I have nice little bags of the right colour. And that's a very satisfying thing to do. So even the tiniest bits, I think, can be used. And people who make, you can often, even if you're not going to use them, you can often pass them on to other people. There's quite a lot of Facebook groups out there, people who upcycle and use that sort of thing, use bits and bobs. They'll, stuff dog beds with them, and so you don't need to chuck much.
That's a nice idea, actually. That I bought Bobbin, my dog, a bed a few months ago, and it was fine until I put the wadding in the wash, and it was so cheap. I mean, the bed wasn't cheap, but the stuffing was such poor quality. It's gone flat and it's just gone knobbly. But using up scraps is a good idea. And because that would be really nice and firm then, wouldn't it?
Well, it would. And I mean, I suppose if you've also, got wadding left over from patchwork projects, that'd be nice and soft and fluffy too.
We've got quite a deep bay window in the little room where I film, and she has a bed in the window there. She just likes to bark at people when they walk past.
What sort of dog is she?
She's a Staffordshire Bull Terrier American Bulldog cross. So she looks like a Staffy, but she's very tall.
Right.
Very silly. She's got quite a fan base. Because she's when I do Facebook lives on a Saturday morning from home, and we have Bobcam, So there's a little camera pointed at the window so that people can see
Oh,
her
bless.
barking at
I'm going to
everybody.
have to see her now.
But it's like the Alexa business. She'll start barking, and then I'll get a message from somebody in Australia saying, "My dog's barking at your dog barking." So we've got a chain reaction around the world of dogs barking.
All right, because these are all curves, I'm going to just snip into them. So again, it turns round nicely. Just being careful not to snip through. This is one of those things, you're at this point and it all looks a bit untidy and whatever, and then when you turn it round, it's going to look lovely.
Yeah, these are all the bits that you're not going to see, though, aren't they?
Exactly. It's all going to be, it's the beauty of bagging out, isn't it? Everything gets pushed to the inside.
Yeah.
So we've got no raw edges to worry about on the outside. Okay, it's that end. Obviously this end is a little thicker.
So it's good use of the fabric as well, isn't it? I wouldn't imagine there's very much of the fat quarter left. Maybe half of the pocket one.
Yeah, very little left. It was.
Yeah, but I do like the
got
fabric.
base
This
as
is
well.
the
Yeah, no, not much at all.
This is the Moda one that you're using now, isn't it?
It is, yes. Which is always
Really
lovely
pretty.
quality fabric as well. And that one that you said was a little bit Christmassy, so you could make one of these, couldn't you, and have Christmassy things in it come the season.
Maybe have a little bit of cinnamon and dried oranges in one of the pockets. A nice smelly Christmas. Let's have a smelly Christmas
Scented,
this year.
a scented
Scented,
Christmas.
that's it. A fragrant Christmas this year.
Okay, let's start to pull it all through. It's always a little bit of a squeeze.
And your hands sew the opening? Are you going to machine it?
Well, I might machine it because I don't think I've got a needle handy.
Oh, okay.
I probably would, whatever, because it's going down on the inside and you're not going to notice it. Let's just really push this out. Okay, so we've got a nice neat base there. It's gone in quite nicely. Just trim off little ends. Make it tidy. So I'm going to get the iron out as well in a minute. So as we fold it, let's stitch that up and then we'll fold it down. Okay. And then press that top edge really nicely. And maybe I will top stitch around the top edge, see what it looks like compared to the other. That would be quite nice.
So you could put a handle over it.
You could.
Just trying to think how you could make a lid for it. That'd be quite nice. You could keep a plant in it, couldn't you? Obviously, put something underneath the plant pot so that the water doesn't come through.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what you put around there. Dried flowers, maybe.
Okay, so let's push this down. You could make, if you wanted, you could, as you folded it down like that, you could make a little channel and put a little drawstring in, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's
if you
a nice
left
idea.
the opening.
That'd work.
Let's get the old iron out to help me.
It's a nice idea, actually. You could do that. I'd maybe make this bit a little bit longer and then just put a ribbon around the top and gather it up. So much you can do. Lots of inspiration in this book.
So, see, it looks better already once you pressed it, doesn't
Yeah.
it? That just sorts it. Right, we'll do a little bit of stitching around the top to make it just look really crisp, I think. Just get all those little ends.
There's a whole series of these fat quarter books, actually, if you have a look on the website. So if you like the idea of working with smaller pieces of fabric and simple projects to use, then have a look on sewingstreet.com. Got more?
I think as well, I don't know about you, people often buy bundles of fat quarters because they look so lovely, don't they? So you buy a bundle and you think, I'm going to do this. Oh yeah, I'm going to make that quilt. You actually never start the king size quilt because it's just too daunting. So to have, I mean, they look lovely sitting on your shelf in the stash, but actually to have some little projects so that you can use them up is a good plan. All right. I'm just going to do it that way so I can get round the top. Okay.
And remember, coming up in the next hour, we've got the sewing machine that Katharine's using there. We'll have a quick look at the Druki overthreader, and then we've got the Druki sewing machine as well. So if you've got any requests, then come and let me know.
It's a good little machine. Copes with the bulky bits quite nicely. I like that it's your top loading bobbin's always handy as well, isn't it?
Yes.
So you can see, you can play bobbin chicken.
I like that. I should use that one if that's okay.
Okay, you look, you go, yeah, I'm going to get to the end. And then you discover that like 20 centimetres ago you haven't been sewing anything. And it's always on the very last bit of a project. Have you noticed that?
Yep. Did it in the last hour. Oh. Have you got a message? Oh, hi Sheila. Sheila says morning. Oh, she said, am I a Virgo? Because she's the same weather organiser. I'm not a Cancer, actually. Yeah. So Virgos are supposed to be tidy and organised, are they? I must tell my husband.
Is he a Virgo?
They're supposed to be tidy and organised. Was it Kerry or Kelly, sorry? Kerry, hi Kerry. Kerry's got a question. What weight of interfacing is used for the Caddy? This one's a medium weight.
Yes.
I suppose you could use a heavy weight as well.
You don't need
It's
to
okay,
though,
isn't
do
it?
you?
Yeah.
No, I think the medium weight's nice. I think heavyweight can be really hard to sew.
Yeah.
You might struggle to, because it's not very big, you might struggle to turn it round if you used a very heavyweight one.
And actually, because it's folded over, you've got two layers as well, haven't you?
Right, there we go.
So we're done. I say we.
There we go.
That's really lovely. So
It's really
what are you
pretty.
going to
I
keep
do
in
like
it?
that. Wow. I have got a little bit of crochet on the go at home, so maybe
Oh,
I'll
have
pop
you?
a jumper, which I started last winter. Might be ready for next winter, the speed I'm going.
We might poach you then. We've got a new channel starting soon, all about the knitting and the crochet. Am I supposed to say that? I think we have put a post on Facebook, haven't we? I'm sure it's out there. Oh well, it is now anyway. End of the month, apparently. Right, just like we were going to move studios in June. It's the same kind of thing, really. Let's have a look. It's not going to happen, is it? This new studio that we keep, I've never seen it. I don't think it exists. I think it's a bit like Narnia. It's just a fantasy place that we wish we were. So we've got the book for you, first of all. This is brand new. And there are 25 projects in total there you go, in total. And I'll just have a quick flick through because we've had a good old look through this book. You have got patterns in the back, you're going to need to enlarge those. But a lot of these are just rectangles anyway, aren't they? So I'm sure you can, like you did with yours, just measure them out.
Yes.
So cushion cover, something for every room in the house, over the kitchen, for the bedroom, for the bathroom. Bit odd going backwards through a book, isn't it? You tend to do that.
You do though, don't you? You do flick from the back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see that one before. Coat hanger covers. Oh, a shoe bag. Oh, that's a nice idea.
Children often need things like that for their, their plimsolls for school.
Good idea. I think that was one of the first
As
things
we
I
all,
made at school.
all hopefully sending them back to school.
So there you go. So lots of ideas, but just using fat quarters. Of course, you don't have to go out and buy fat quarters if you've got smaller pieces of fabric anyway. But great
Interestingly, in the instructions for this, it did suggest if you've got lots of small pieces, you could join them together to make
That's
big
a nice
pieces. So it'd be
idea.
a little bit patchworky.
Yeah,
And that would be nice.
a lovely idea. Right, so the bundles that we put together. So this one is the brand new Henry Glass fabric, which is this.
I think they go together so nicely.
Oh, I think
those two.
so.
I really
And do you know,
think.
I don't think the green and the peach are two colours that I would have really chosen. And obviously you've got the peach in here, so it brings it out. But I think because they're the same tone, it just goes really well. And the interfacing is included in there as well. But gorgeous fabric, really lovely quality as well. So you've got tiny little flowers on the peach, and then you've got that classic check on the green. That's £19.49. So there's a metre of fabric there in total, and you've got your interfacing. So the book's separate, because you might have the book already, we don't know. Or you just like the fabric and there's something else you've got in mind. So this is the Moda fabric that Katharine was just using. And again, you've got the ½ metre of each of those and your interfacing. So this one's called Blush Pink, and this one is your Romance Cream. It's nice quality, isn't it, Moda?
It matches your nail varnish beautifully.
Oh, it does actually, doesn't it? Yeah. I always like to match my nail varnish to my fabric. I told you I was organised. And then finally, I think it's because it's got a bit of gold foil on this. It looks Christmassy to me. And then you've got a deep grey in the background colour as well. Oh, it is called Christmas Gold, apparently. Well, there you go. And School Grey, Christmas Gold and School Grey. But it's just got it's not a sparkle, it's just got a bit of a shimmer going on there. And your interfacing, and those are £11.47. So you've got 3 choices. If you want to order, remember, go to the website, which is sewingstreet.com, have a look at everything else that we've got for you there as well. Or you can go to the phone lines. We've got a free phone number, which is 0800 001 4433, and they're very nice people. They're just down the road near our new studio, apparently. When are you back again, do you know?
Couple of weeks.
Oh, do you know what you're doing?
Not yet. It's a lovely surprise. It's always a lovely surprise.
I ask that every day. Yes, I'll be back again. Do you know what you're doing? No.
Do you know what? It's so exciting though. We get a lovely little parcel in the post with everything in.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's always good fun.
So you don't get a choice. It's just this is what you do.
Yes, but I've done all nice things so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. Today, I particularly enjoyed today. We had 2 really nice projects today.
It is, and it's nice to have something and it's all completed within the hour. I never finish anything. Nice to have something that's completed within the hour as well, isn't it? Did we have a question? Do we have it? Where's it? Oh, Pauline's asked how to thread a twin needle. On your sewing machine, you'll have to do it like that. And so we'll have a chat about that in the next hour. I wonder if I've got a twin needle. Let's do a little bit about twin needles in the next hour, so we'll do that. If you've got any more questions, do come and ask them. You can email, which is studio@sewingstreet.com. And we have Laura upstairs monitoring emails that are coming in, and you can go to the Facebook page, which is Sewing Street TV as well, if you prefer to do it that way. So do come and have a bit of it. Oh, and we're asking for tips as well. So come and have a bit of interaction with us, and if you've got any tips that you'd like to share with us, that would be very nice as well. Have you got any top tips?
Oh, goodness me!
See that spot? You're on it now.
What's my top?
I think take your time.
Yes.
And don't worry if things aren't perfect.
Absolutely. Yes, I quite agree with that. Twin needling. I was just thinking about that. Things like twin needling are nice around the tops
in
of
2 different colours would be nice as well, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So very nice for embellishments.
Right.
Yes.
So we'll have
If you want
about that in a
to
minute.
jazz things up a bit.
Yeah, so in the next hour, we are going to be looking at the 550 sewing machine. If you've already got one, I want to know what you think about it. So let's have some reviews from you and maybe have a look at some of your makes if you've got any questions. And don't forget if you've got any requests as well. So we are going to be featuring another couple of sewing machines, but most of the show is going to be about that 550.
I've got a top tip.
Oh, okay, right.
Okay. A button
Yes.
hides a multitude of sins. So if say you'd done this and it wasn't looking very neat here, you could put lovely little decorative buttons round and it would hide it and it would look really nice.
I think buttons would look nice anyway, even if your stitches are really neat.
And I find that, you know, if you've done a bit of patchwork and something's not perfect, you've done a cushion cover, buttons
Buttons on it. We'll stick
hides all
buttons on
sorts
it.
and they look great.
I've had a lovely show. Thank you very much. We'll see you again
Pleasure
soon.
to be here as always.
See you again in a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Katharine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking. But I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles, really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and, oh, you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself. And I didn't know you had to have seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened, take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, slowly. And I would also say the iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells. My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited. We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon. Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon. Hello there and welcome back again. Right, this show we're going to be looking at machines. So we'll have a quick look at the Juki. So we've got the high-end, really extra special sewing machines, the Overlocker, and then we're going to be concentrating on the little 550 as well. So I think we've got something for everybody. So with the Juki, Gary from Juki actually came in and did a full demonstration with John on the 11th of March. So if you wanted to have a look at the full demo with a good old talk around the machine and how to use them, the stitches and all that kind of thing, have a look on our YouTube channel. Go to the 11th of March. If you've not been on there before, put Sewing Street in the search bar on YouTube, and then it'll come up with lots of different videos, but there'll be the Sewing Street icon, which is in a circle. So click on that one, that'll take you to the channel, and then go to videos. Then all of the videos come up in date order. So just have a scroll through until you get to the 11th of March. 11th of March? Did I get that right? But have a look back through there and you'll be able to see that full demonstration. So, a very impressive sewing machine with so many features. There's far too much to talk about in an hour, to be honest. The stitches are all right in front of you here, and you've got a very comprehensive instruction manual as well. But this is one of those very intuitive kind of sewing machines. It's actually very simple to use. I know you look at machines like this and you just think it's going to be really complicated. You've got all of these buttons and dials and everything else. But when you start using the machine, you realise how simple this actually is. So just quick talk around the stitches, because this is something for everybody as well. We've got the utility stitches, so as you would expect from any sewing machine, but there are so many decorative stitches on here as well, from leaves and vines and cross stitches, smocking stitches. We've got lots of stitches for quilting projects and lots of satin stitches as well. Those are the more solid kind of stitches. If you just look at blanket stitches, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different styles and thicknesses of blanket stitches. So there's so much going on here. You do have a memory. So you have the alphabet in 1, 2, 3, 4 fonts and numbers as well. And you can join those together so you can really monogram and personalise your work too. Now it comes with a huge extension table. The mouth is really big on this as well, so if you are a quilter, you're going to be able to fit lots of fabric underneath there. Your extension table is actually too big for our desk, but you'll have an idea of how big that actually is. So lots of support if you are quilting, or if you're doing some free motion embroidery, or you're making things like quilts, dressmaking, bigger items. It's got a knee lifter too, and a nice big semi-hard cover with pockets on it. So that's going to keep it dust free. You've also got loads of accessories with this one. I think more than we actually have here. You're going to get lots, which all come nice and separately in a box. So you have a buttonhole foot, which is really clever because that has a sensor on it as well. So you don't, on some machines you normally pull the button lever down. I'll show you that on the 550 later. This one you don't. It plugs into the machine, and the machine senses when it needs to turn around and come back in the opposite direction. And you've got the plate on the bottom of the buttonhole foot, so that's for thicker fabrics and to stop fabric from slipping. And then we've got a whole host of feet in here, from your 1/4" foot with a guide, a satin stitch foot. You expect to have a zipper foot, don't you? You've got an open-toed foot. We've got free motion embroidery foot or darning foot, and that one will be your over-edge foot, and another open-toed foot, that's 1/4 inch, and blind hem. Gosh, there's loads in here. Your blind hem foot. We've got a straight stitch plate. Now, a straight stitch plate will allow you to sew very quickly in a straight line, obviously. But it means that there is less chance of your fabric getting caught in the feed dog. So if you're sewing right from the edge of your fabric, as if you were maybe piecing, if you're a quilter, then use a straight stitch foot with a straight stitch plate, and it helps to prevent the snagging. You'll get really nice, smooth, quick stitches without any kind of puckering. And then, of course, we've got all of the other bits and bobs that you'd expect. So you've got your spool caps and screwdrivers and things like that that you need with any kind of sewing machine. The manual is really easy to understand, but it is comprehensive. So I'd have a good old look through here before you even get started. So I'll just give you a quick flick through so you get the idea. So all the way through from setup. And but with a foot pedal as well, by the way, you can change there's a switch that goes at the side of the foot pedal, and you can choose the role of that switch. You can either use it to cut your thread or reverse stitch. All of that's in the programmable guide. So you can personalise this, make it a unique sewing experience to you. So we've got, that's the smart feed. So that was the quick straight stitch function. So how to thread your bobbin. But then as we come through, You'll see that there's lots of advice with the different types of stitches as well. So you can set the position of the needle so that when you switch the machine on, it's in the position that you want it to be in, which is a really clever feature. You don't find that on very many sewing machines. You can do free motion embroidery on here as well. So it's got a drop feed dog facility. So we've got the pattern sewing, so you can join together different letters. And again, there's your satin stitchers. Those are the different foot pedals. And then you've got hints and tips, anything like bar tacking. Bar tacking is the end of a buttonhole, or it's the kind of stitches that you find on pockets and on jeans and things like that to strengthen the areas where you're going to put your put pressure, like when you put your hands in your pockets. How to make your buttonholes on there as well. So lots and lots of information in the book. Now don't lose this, because there'll always be something that you come back for. Maybe it's an error, something has come up and you're not sure what it is. Nice little bit on maintenance in here as well, which is important. Help to remove the lint from your sewing machine so that it runs smoother. You get a nicer stitch. You'll be amazed at the performance of your sewing machine when it's had a good clean out. So it's nice to know how to do that properly. This is programming the letters together. So you can see just by flicking through the manual, the comprehensive kind of things that you can do with this machine. It's got a large palette of opportunity. How's that? So changing the throat plate. These are all the different feet that are included as well. So if you see a foot and maybe you haven't used it before and you can't quite identify it, then you've got them all written down here. But again, remember, you do get that little box of goodies there as well. So you've got everything that you need. Now, £2,795 for your price is a very competitive price. If you have a shop around for a machine of this kind of calibre, or this exact machine, you're going to find it for a lot more than that. Duke could give you a 2-year warranty. So that's your peace of mind. And it's very intuitive. Everything's right here in front of you. So you've got your touch screen. There is a stylus included here as well, so you don't have to mucky up your screen. But everything in here is really quite self-explanatory. You've got your little settings on there, so you can personalise it. If you don't like the noise, if you want the needle to start and stop in the up and down position, then that's fine. The stitches that you're going to use most of all are over here on the right hand side. So again, it's touch screen, so all you need to do is just touch the stitch that you want and the machine will automatically set it. And so I'm trying to do this without really seeing what I'm doing. And you can scroll through the different pages of that as well. So all of your stitches there in front of you, but they're also actually on the top of the machine too. Gosh, how many buttonholes does a person need? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 types of buttonholes. And it does a 4-step buttonhole as well. And that means you've got an endless buttonhole. So that can be any size that you want it to be too. So if you've already got the machine, I know lots of you have, I'd love to hear how you're getting on with it. What have you been making with it? It's very heavy, I have to say. But I like a heavy sewing machine because that means you can sew really fast and it's not going to shake around all over the table. So you've got a fabulous sewing machine there. It looks good, really impressive, but it's actually easy and simple to use. So again, if you want to order, it's 0800 001 4433, or take a look on the website on sewingstreet.com. But do take a look at the previous show with Gary because he went through in a lot more detail than I'm going to today. So let's have a look at the details, give you a reminder of the specifications and the reasons why, if you will. Oh yes, you've got over £200 worth of free feet with this one. We don't have all of them. I think Gary brought them with him last time he came in, and I think he took them away again as well. So you will have all of these extra feet as well. So your extra, oh yes, you've got your adapter shank. So if you're upgrading from a different sewing machine and you have already your feet for your ruler work, your free motion embroidery foot for ruler work, you get an adapter shank to adapt from a low shank to a high shank, so you can still carry on using your other feet with this sewing machine. The open toe free motion embroidery foot's included. You're getting a pearl and beading foot, that's really pretty. Creative cording foot, the bias binding attachment, a grading foot, and you've got extra bobbins. So those are your £200 worth of extras that you're getting with the machine. But look, you've got a variable foot lift function, easy to set up touchscreen display so you can make it really personal to you. You can do free motion sewing, you can do quilting. The electric knee lifting lever is really useful as well if you don't want to take your hands off your work, if you are doing a little bit of quilting, and you can customize your favorite functions. So if you prefer a certain stitch length, then you can set it to that stitch length. If you prefer to start with your needle up or down, you can set it so that when you switch your machine on, it's all set up to be how you want it to be for your sewing experience, basically. So again, if you'd like to order, it's a free phone on 0800 001 4433, or have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com for more details there. Okay, so from one Juki to another, this is the Juki Air Thread Overlocker. It tends to be really off-putting, particularly if you're new to the world of sewing, to open up an overlocker and have the daunting task of threading it, and some of them can actually be quite difficult. An air thread overlocker is the easiest way to go, because if we just open this up here, inside here, over you go, it's all electronic. So instead of threading with your tweezers and going all around the trees and houses and somehow getting inside there and then coming back out again, then doing it all over again, with an air thread overlocker, you're simply going to push the thread into the holes here and press a button, and air shoots the thread all the way through the system and it comes out the other side. Again, this has been demonstrated by Gary in one of the shows previously, so I'm not going to go through all this. It was on the 11th of March if you wanted to have a look back through there. So basically you've got a lever at the side here. When this goes on to the threading motion and you turn the hand wheel towards you, a whole set of little tubes will come together, as you see here, and the thread, when you press the button at the side, is pumped all the way through the tubes and out of here. It doesn't matter with this machine how you thread it. So with other overlockers that I've used, you need to start with the left looper first, then you go the right. With this one you don't. You can thread it however you like. So if you break one thread, you can just rethread that one thread. When you finish threading, this lever goes back over again, and so it goes down, and then the little loops there, the tubes, disappear back again. So now, threading wise for the needle, we had a question in the last hour. Let's see if I can just do this backwards for you. Let's just take that out, because I haven't got this one plugged in, because we weren't going to demonstrate it, but I can show you where the thread goes through the needle, I think. Let me just pull this out. Where are you? It doesn't work with the door open, so I'm not being dangerous. So with the right hand thread, you're going to come through the tension at the top on the right hand side here, and you can actually feel the tensions or the tension disc as you come through. So there's one lever at the back here, one channel that goes in there. Go on in. So I'm still doing this backwards, right. So inside here are the tension discs. They look like two pie dishes. So pull it through and you can actually feel the tensions are engaged. That's the same for each one of these. As you come down to the front, you're going to go through the right hand groove here and then go underneath here. And your first one is going to go over the green box there, down to the other side. This is, I think it was Dawn, she was saying she just wants to know the bit before you get to the needle. So come on down to the side, and then there's a little hook just under here that needs to go through, and then you go, it's there, and then you go to the needle threader. And the second thread is going to go again under the hook, down through the tensions, under that bit there, and then under the silver bar. So we've come down the same way, under that bit, under that silver bar, and this one's going to go over the grey pentagon and back down again, through the bit on the left hand side, and then down to the needle threader. The needle threader, when it comes down, where are you, will move from left to right. So just pull it from one side to another and it'll go from either the right or the left needle. So in this instance you can use a needle threader, not like with the same machine where you can't use a needle threader. As a quick explanation, you've got 4 symbols here. So there's the pink circle, blue triangle, green square, and then there's your your grey shape. So this is where you're going with the thread. So with the needles, Dawn, you go green first. So that's where you go through and over the green box, which was just here. And then the grey one goes over the top of the second one there. So green, that's the first one here, grey one, that's the second one there. So I hope that's explained. Something that I haven't seen on the overlockers before, mine certainly doesn't have it, is a stitch selection, which is all across the front. So you've got a computerised screen where you can select the stitches using the buttons at the bottom. So these are all the different types of stitches that you can use. It's a 4-thread sewing machine, but you can make that a 3-thread sewing machine, and that again is explained here. The manual again is really simple to understand, so it's worth having a read through these before you actually start. And so it gets confusing, doesn't it, when you look at that and think, oh dear, there's so much going on there. But it is actually a lot easier than you expect it to be. So all of the information you need about using the machines, what types of needles and threads you're going to use, and of course that really easy threading system. So taking you through with the red marks everywhere, every route that your thread needs to go through. Do you know, I haven't even explained what an overlocker is. We've said how easy it is and shown you how to do the needles as requested. But an overlocker will give you, if you're wearing something that's shop bought at the moment, have a look at the seam and you'll probably find that it's overlocked. And an overlocker will not just sew, but it wraps the thread around the edge of your fabric and it trims it away as well. There's a blade inside there. But there are different effects that you can create with an overlocker. So you can do gathering, you can have a frilled edge, you could make like a lettuce kind of effect. It's great for working with stretch fabric as well, because the stitch that you're creating, no matter which one of these you're choosing, is going to be a stretch stitch. And jersey fabric is really popular to work with at the moment as well. So if you're doing a lot of dressmaking, this is ideal. The stitches can be used as a seam, but do take into account that it'll probably affect your seam allowance if you're following a pattern. But the stitch is actually strong enough to use as a seam as well. So don't be fooled, don't be put off by them. Overlockers are really, really useful. They're incredibly quick. You'll find they're twice the speed of a normal domestic sewing machine, and you get this really strong stretch stitch as well. They're not difficult to use at all. And I think you'll find it absolutely invaluable. Again, with Juki, you're going to get your 2-year warranty as well. So you've got your peace of mind. You've got a British-based company, and they offer support as well. So there will be somebody like Gary at hand. If you do need any help, there's going to be somebody at the end of the phone that you can go to for any kind of advice. But again, the 2 machines that we have for you, both were on the 11th of March. So take a look back on the YouTube channel and you'll see a more in-depth demonstration of, in fact, I think it was a 2-hour show of both of those machines that kind of work hand in hand. So your overlocker isn't going to replace your sewing machine, but it's certainly going to work together in a very happy relationship with it. Although a lot of projects, actually, you can actually replace your sewing machine with this, but I think you're going to need both. Okay, we're going to have a look at the little Elna 550 machine. It just goes to show you the wide variety of machines that we have for you here on Sewing Street. There really is something for everybody. And if you want to take a look at that wide variety of machines that we have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com. I think you'll find there's something for every level of sewer, and we've got lots of different price points for you as well. So, okay, that's your little overlocker. Oops. Do that in a minute. We're going to take a look for the rest of the show at our Elna 550. So we'll just do this and then we'll be back doing something else.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon. Right, so now we're going to have a look at kind of one extreme to the other, isn't it? All singing, all dancing to basic but solid and reliable with the Elna 550. We'll have a look at those in just a second, but let's have a little tour of the machine while you're there. A 50-stitch sewing machine, but it is computerised. So you've got a machine that's simple to use. If you're upgrading, if you've always had an electronic machine or you're using a mechanical machine, then you're going to find this an awful lot easier. I tend to think computerised for the Juki. I know this is computerised, but I just call it digital, because all you have here is an LED screen. The stitches that you need to choose, really simple. If you can use a mobile phone, then you can use this machine basically. But let's start down here at the right hand side because this is where our stitches are. So they're all on board right in front of you. And those 50 stitches consist of your straight stitch, a straight stitch that will reverse at each end or a lock stitch at each end. We'll move over to the left hand side. If you see stitches with dashed lines like this, that means that they are for stretch fabrics. Or that's a nice top stitch fabric as well. It does like a back stitch. We have a lightning stitch. This is great for stretch fabric. And then your zigzag. This one is for sewing elastic in, so it puts a few stitches in between the points of the zigzag and the elastic doesn't come out. Then we've got stitches to go over the edge of your fabric. Not like an overlocker, the machine won't trim the fabric back, but it will wrap the stitches around the edge to give it a nice finish. We've got blind hem stitches. And 1, 2, 3 buttonholes on this one. Oh, this is a mending stitch. So if you've got a split in something, the stitches just run backwards and forwards. Use that with your buttonhole foot. You've got a lilac on there, which is quite sweet as well. Then we've got lots of decorative stitches that you can use for smocking. A ladder stitch is quite nice for drawn work. So if you're using that stitch on loosely woven fabric like linens, you can pull the threads from in between. It gives a decorative effect along the edge of things like napkins and handkerchiefs. Decorative stitches, stitches for joining fabrics together. That's a faggoting stitch, and these are quite nice. So satin stitches, so to decorate things that you already have, or to add embellishments to collars and cuffs and pockets and things like that. And those are again all decorative. So to choose your stitch, if we take a wander up here, they've got the 4 stitches that you're going to use most of all straight in front of you. So if you want your straight stitch, you press here. Zigzag, there you go. Over edge, that's it. Standard buttonhole, that one. But I can change the length and the width of these stitches on some of them using the buttons here. So that's the stitch width, that's the stitch length. So I can go up and down. When it gets to its maximum, It'll chirp like a budgie. That's as far as I'm going to go. It also has the foot pedal plugged in. If I just unplug that, whoops, the light goes out. So you can use this without the foot pedal, which is great for a really basic sewing machine. So if you want to use the speed control on here, it works with the foot pedal and without. So if you're not very well coordinated, or you may be teaching children how to sew, you can slow it down here, but you can use this as your speed control with when you're not using the foot pedal. This is your needle up-down position. The needle will automatically stop in the up position, but if you want it down, you just press the button. It also means that when that button, when the needle comes back up again, it's in the correct position for the needle threader. This is a lock stitch, so instead of reversing, which could spoil decorative stitches, this puts 3 or 4 stitches on top of each other. And you do have a reverse stitch, of course. If you're not using the foot pedal, you'll need to start and stop the machine, so you're going to do that here. As we come up to the front, there's your tension. Don't touch tension and don't blame it for everything. On the top of the machine, you have a presser foot pressure dial. Again, that's an extra that you don't expect to find on this price of sewing machine. And there is a top-loading bobbin with a clear view perspex top. So you can see threading system very much like any other sewing machine. As you come down to the needle, there is a needle threader. I would never buy a machine without one. And there's your top loading bobbin, so you can see when you're running out of thread as well. So let me show you how easy this is to sew with to start. Oh no, let's show you what else you get first. Totally forgot. So you have, there is a manual, of course, that comes with it. You've got your buttonhole foot, which comes with these odd little attachments, but this is for sewing buttonholes on thicker fabrics. So this sits in the top of here. There you go. And then the base plate sits underneath, and you put your fabric through the 2 layers. So if you're putting a buttonhole on something like a tweed or on a coat or something with lots of padding or on fabric with a pile, that'll help to keep your buttonhole nice and neat. Otherwise, you're just going to use this on its own, and it is the type of buttonhole that measures the size of your button. We'll have a look at that in a bit. You've got an extra spool holder which goes on the top of the machine, so if you are doing twin needle sewing, you've got somewhere to pop that. What is quite nice as well is you have a vertical spool holder. We've got 2 different types of thread. Let me see what we've got here so I can show you. Just going off-piste a little bit. Most threads nowadays are threaded like this, or wound onto the bobbins like this, so you can see that's in a crisscross motion. Those are meant to come off your sewing machine spool holder horizontally, and it just means that when it unwinds, it's less chance of actually getting knotted or twisting. Some spool holders or bobbins will have the thread going round in a circular motion. Those are meant to come off in that direction, so that should be vertical. So by having the 2 spool holders, it means you can either have vertical or horizontal, which means that whatever type of thread you're using, the machine's suitable for it. It doesn't make that much difference on most sewing machines, to be honest, but if you do have a problem with your thread twisting, then just try using the different spool holder. That may actually help. So we've got a couple of those. Those are your spool caps. We have a satin stitch foot. A satin stitch foot is clear, so you can see where you're going, but it also has little bars underneath that raise the foot away from your work and doesn't squish them. We have an over edge foot that's got a little brush on the side of it. So the stitch that you're going to choose is one of the main stitches that's on the machine in front of you. And this little brush not only keeps your needle clean, it also helps to tuck in frayed edges of woven fabric. And you've got 2 bars on the bottom there to help your stitches sit flat. You have a 1/4 inch foot that has a guide on the side. So that's a good foot to use, not just for patchwork, but for top stitching as well, because you get a nice even guide. Then you have a blind hem foot. All of these are explained in the manual, and you'll have a zipper foot and your standard foot on there as well. And you can buy extra feet. We don't have them here, but you will be able to get hold of extra feet if you need them. Right. So I just want to show you one of the decorative stitches to start with, if that's okay. Then we'll have a look at twin needle sewing. Oh, somebody's been having fun with that. I'd cut a piece off. With some scissors would be helpful, wouldn't it? So stitch the stitches out when you get the machine home, because they'll always look a little bit different to they do on a diagram. So just so that you know kind of the size of the stitch, and if you want to adjust the width and the length and things like that. But let's show you one of the decorative stitches. We're already threaded up, and one of my favourite ones is number 34. So to choose the stitch, you go 1, 2, 3, down to 34, and then put your foot down and see what happens. Whoops. Foot pedal just about reaches the floor. So this could be around the edge of a tablecloth, or a pocket, or the hem on a dress. Don't push and pull the fabric as it goes through. You can see the machine's taking it backwards and forwards as it's creating the stitch. The only thing that you need to do is maybe guide it in a straight line. A lot of beginner sews will try and push it or pull it from the back. You don't need to do that. The machine's quite capable of pulling the fabric through at the rate that it wants to. Oh, there we go, that thread's caught a little bit, which is a bit slow to start with. And again, after you've made your test piece, you can, there we go, look, got a thread caught at the beginning, that's a bit tight. You can adjust the length and the width of the stitches if you feel that you need to. If you're using a decorative stitch, here's a tip for you, put some stabiliser behind it, because my fabric's puckering up a little bit because of the density of the stitches. So try some stabiliser, tear away is my preference, and that'll help keep it flat. So again, don't blame poor old tension. So then when I bring this out, you can see you've got that really pretty stitch. Is that unusual? So too tight there, ignore that bit. But that's a really lovely stitch. That's one of the satin stitches. Should have put the satin stitch foot on there really, shouldn't I? It looks almost like waves, doesn't it? It's really pretty. Now we have had a question about twin needle sewing. The machine doesn't come with a twin needle, but that doesn't mean that you can't use it. Green will stand out. So try and have two threads of the same kind of weight. Let's just take that needle out, and oh, I've got a triple needle. Just bear with me a second, because I'm sure I have a twin needle in here somewhere. So you can buy twin needles, so we haven't actually got any, this is just to demonstrate for you. You can buy twin needles with different kind of distances between the needles, depending on what kind of thing you're going to make with them. Up to 6 millimetres, I think you can buy them. Or you can go for a triple needle. Oh, I must have a twin needle in here somewhere. Which I have, but I've never actually used one. Oh, well, there you go. I'll have to explain to you how to use a twin. Oh, should we use the triple needle? I've never used my triple. Should we do that? We could do that, couldn't we? Okay. This may not work. So this is a triple needle. So, oh, open up, come on. So there's 3 needles in there, look. So with it, pretend it's a twin needle. It'll have one shank at the back, and it's flat at the back, just the same as any domestic sewing machine needle. But this is going to make some lovely decorative stitches. If you're sewing with a twin needle, that's great for stretch stitches as well. So just use a regular straight stitch. But using the twin needle makes it stretch, because you'll see 2 rows of straight stitching on the top, and then the bottom bobbin zigzags from one stitch to another. So if you don't have an overlocker, that's a great way to work with jersey fabrics. Right. It's always good to try something new that you've never done before on TV, isn't it? Let's stick you in there. So we'll have one here. Whoops. Go on. Little spool. Oh, always use a little spool holder. I thought we would swap those over, can't we? Always use the right size spool holder with your threads, because that can restrict the thread coming off the machine and make it look like your tension's playing up. If it were a twin needle, we'd do exactly the same, but with 2 threads. So we're going to go through exactly the same channels as the first thread, and then we're going to try and thread this needle. You won't be able to use a needle threader with twin or triple needles. Right, I need to come around this way so I can thread this. This may take a while because my eyesight isn't the best, because my eyes are full of thread. Right, so let's go left needle first. Are we in? I think it's threaded. You can probably see at home better than me. Have I even got, oh, there we go. Right, so let's grab you here. So my white thread can go in the middle. I've just got a feeling this is going to go really wrong. And I'll be thinking, what was a silly idea? Why did I do that? Oh, I need to cut this off. If you cut your thread at a slight angle, apparently it's supposed to help you thread it. Apparently. Or hairspray on the end of it to make it go a little bit stiff. Put your foot down. Right, you go in the middle bit there. Oh yes. That's that. And then we'll have a third thread. We have every shade of brown thread you could ever imagine in here. So let's go for a nice rusty coloured brown in this one. And I don't have another spool holder, so we'll just put that there. And let's go all through the same system, through the hook at the top. And then through needle number 3. Needle number 3, please. I should have worked in a post office. I've got a good post office voice. Right. Let's twist it a little bit. Oh, really can't see this one. Bear with me. This will be so worth it. You're going to have such an amazing demonstration. Right. Why? Why me? Why do I do these things? All right. Is it, this time, okay, this time it's going in. Yep. Is it in? No. Right. Bear with me. Right. Here we go. Oh yeah. Is that in? Is it? Have I pulled it out? Come here. Yes. Right, okay, so 3 needles. I'm having a little round of applause in the studio, thank you very much. Now I've just got to sew with it. Honestly. Right, let's see what happens. So I better go to a straight stitch, and I'm going to make it quite long, and then, let's see what happens. See, exactly according to plan. Oh, I've got a bit of a lump in the white one. Maybe we'll increase the tension just a little bit. Oh, yes. Now, this is an occasion where I do need to play with the tension just a little bit, because I've got one white thread in the middle that's looping up a little bit, but that's one of the reasons why you always do a little test first, isn't it? That actually worked. I'm so relieved. Thank you very much. I had a fanfare in my ear. Your twin needle will work in exactly the same way, but obviously with 2 threads instead of the 3. If you don't have a twin spool holder, if you don't have a spare one, drop your thread into a cup just to stop it bouncing around all over the place, because the one spare one's going to end up on the floor and you'll be unravelling the thread for weeks to come. Any machine you'll be able to use a twin needle with. Just do check, if you're going to use any of the decorative stitches with a twin needle, that you're not going to hit the side of the foot. Some of the more expensive machines will have a twin needle function, which won't allow you to use stitches that swing the needle too far to the side of the foot. But if you don't have one of those sewing machines, as with this one, then just do a trial first by turning the hand wheel towards you, and if you feel that you're going to hit the side of the foot, then just stop. That stitch is not appropriate. Whew. Right, let's put the other one back in again then. this triple needle for years, literally, and never used it. I talked about it a lot, but there you go, I might use you again. Right, shall we have a look at the buttonhole, because that's another thing that people tend to be a little bit fearful of. But a buttonhole foot that measures the size of your button is invaluable, particularly if you are doing repeat buttonholes as in on a blouse or a shirt, and you want them to be all uniform and exactly the same size and look professional. So we do have a needle threader on the machine, so it's a bit shorter. Now as you come down, there's a lever on the side here, and as you pull, where are you? As you pull this down, it puts a tiny hook through the eye of the needle. You're going to put the thread around that hook there. Go on. In between the two prongs, and then just lift it up slightly at the back. And that hook in the eye of the needle just grabs hold of the thread, so don't hold this too tight, and then gradually let it go. Oh, just got it. At the same time as you lift up the side, you have a little loop in the side here, which is normally a bit bigger than that. So all you're going to do is pull that through, and your needle's threaded. Easy as that. Now with the buttonhole, we'll have a little spool holder pretending it's a button. Your button sits in the back of the buttonhole here, and squish this so that it hugs it nice and firmly. Now as this moves, you can see there's two bars at the side there that move as well. This is going to be the size of your buttonhole, so it'll be about 1/8 of an inch larger than the size of your button, and there is a sensor on the sewing machine that helps it to turn around and sew in the opposite direction, so you get the same size buttonhole every time. So let's drop this foot off, and this one again is a snap-on foot, so this literally drops back on again. I'm going to take the needle down and up, and that takes the thread to the bottom, so just use a little something to pull the thread to one side here. I'm choosing the standard buttonhole, which is the one right on the front of the machine, and then we'll sew. Now I'm going to take the foot pedal out for this one. What I also like to do is to, switch the machine off by mistake. There we go. Before I put a buttonhole onto anything, and that could be on a bag flap or it could be on a blouse, personally, I will sew a little buttonhole onto a scrap piece of the same fabric that I'm working with and cut out that buttonhole. And then I know I can place that. Particularly if you've got a round bag flap and you want that buttonhole to be right in the middle, you're going to start sewing from the side, so it's very easy to not have that sitting perfectly in the middle. So I'll literally cut the buttonhole out and hold it or offer it to the flap, and then mark where I need to start exactly so it's in exactly the right place. I'll show you that, what I mean, in just a second. So I've taken the foot pedal out, and let's press start. So the machine will sew backwards in a straight line, and then it'll tell me that I haven't pulled the button lever back, which is here. You know, I said it has a sensor, that's it. It'll sew in a straight line, and that strengthens the buttonhole. When it gets to that point where it touches the sensor, it'll turn around and go back again. And now it's doing a zigzag stitch. When it gets to the bottom, it does a bar tack, which is a zigzag stitch again. Straight line going backwards. And the needles come undone. I'll wait till it's finished, and then we'll do it again. So it's finished all by itself, but it doesn't even know that its thread's come undone. So let's do that again. The white came undone. Right, so needle in the uppermost position, that goes there. Put your foot down when you're threading, because then you know that the tensions are engaged. That goes there, that goes there, that goes under there, that pulls through, there's your loop. Pull that through so the needle is threaded. What on earth has happened to that? Let's do it again. Is that cotton thread? No, surprising. Right, down, up. Must be a weak batch of thread. Round here, needle thread it, back down, across, through there, up, loop out the side, pull through. Right. Cut that off, foot up, needle down, needle up, pull the thread through to the bottom. Next sew. That goes under there, foot goes down, button lever down, and let's do it again. So we have a straight line going backwards, a little bar tack going on at the end, machine turns around and comes back in the opposite direction. This is all very untidy, isn't it? When it gets to the end, it will turn around, do a straight line going backwards. The zigzags should be both facing in the same direction, so if you've got a pile on your fabric, it flattens both in the same way. Let's come back down to the bottom, and it'll finish off with the bar tack. My hands are both here, so I'm not doing anything. My foot isn't on the foot pedal, and the machine just stops, and it even lifts the foot up for you. And look at that, there is a perfect buttonhole of the perfect size, and every single buttonhole will be uniform in size. So now you just need to snip down the middle. If you're a bit concerned about snipping into the ends, which can happen sometimes, just put a pin across each end to stop you cutting through it as you cut. So that's the buttonhole. Have we had any questions? Anybody got the machine already? How are you finding it? What kind of thing have you been making? It's a perfect little machine if you wanted to do some dressmaking. If you want to start off on a patchwork and quilting journey, it's not particularly heavy. So if you're not lucky enough to have a dedicated sewing area and you need to put your machine away after usage, then that's easy to do so as well. Mending stitch, let me show you that one. It's not difficult to use. I actually bought a little computerised sewing machine to teach my granddaughters how to sew on. Let's just have another piece of fabric here. So if you are teaching children, you've got a really nice little machine, obviously under adult supervision. Now, while I've still got the buttonhole foot on, that mending stitch that I showed you, which is number 20, I'll just show you how this one works. So if you had a tear, this is it just goes backwards and forwards, but it's moving to one side as it's doing so. I think I've run out of bobbin thread now. Yep, okay. Let me thread that one again. I only filled this up in the last hour, didn't I? It'll do a zigzag stitch going backwards and forwards, up and down, and slightly move over to one side so that it repairs like a tear. If you've got a tear in a garment, maybe, it's quite difficult, isn't it, to just sew the tear together, because you're going to pinch it. That's going to make a little seam so the repair won't sit flat. But with this one, it will do. Let me show you. So that goes in there, around there. So you've got a little thread snip as well. There we go, that cuts off there. That goes back on there. Oh, extra high presser foot lift as well, which is useful for going over thick seams. In you go. Right. So you'll have a stitch that goes backwards and forwards and slightly over to one side. If your tear is wider than this, then you can kind of join the stitches together. So when it comes to the end again, it's automatically stopped, and you'll get a patch of stitches like that. So that's your repair. Obviously, use the same colour thread as whatever it is the hole's going to be in. And if you do need to make that longer or move it across, then just keep kind of moving this underneath the foot of the sewing machine so that you can do that. So that's that foot. That drops off again. But remember, you've got your over edge. The satin stitch foot will be on the machine when you get it home, so that's the one that you're going to use most of all. And you do have your instruction book. We haven't got time to go through absolutely every one of the features, but it is a really lovely, high quality, compact sewing machine, but it's got lots and lots of features. You don't expect on a machine of this kind of calibre to have the function of being able to work without a foot pedal for a start. Not everybody can use a foot pedal. Not everybody can use their feet. So if that's an issue for you, it's not going to stop you sewing, because you can use it without. Maybe you like to stand up and sew. I don't have a choice. Hopefully in the new studio, that can happen. But you'll be able to use your sewing machine on a high counter if you prefer to, in areas where the foot pedal won't even reach the floor. So that's going to be really useful for you as well. So if you're having a shop around, and you should do, take into account a compact machine, 2-year warranty, Elna, big brand name, 50 stitches, don't need to use the foot pedal, press a foot pressure control, drop feed dog facility, and all of those feet that come with it as well. So that's your tick list for price comparisons, if you like. Right, we've got some more bits and bobs for you before we go. We have overlocker thread. Overlocker thread specifically for overlockers. You can use regular thread with it, but it's such a, oh, let's have a look at the big ones. It is such a high speed that the thread's going through the machine that it's best to have the right thread for an overlocking machine. You tend to find it's a bit finer as well because you've got the stitches going around so often and so quickly. So this is high-speed thread. And they're the basic colours that you're going to use most of all as well. So we've got the greys, you've got the white and the off-white, and you've got black, and there's 4 of each of those. The overlockers that we have on Sewing Street will take 4 threads. So you've got 4 of each of these. So 4 black, 4 dark grey, 4 light grey, 4 white, 4 off-white, and 4 of the cream as well for £74.99. That's well worth getting hold of. That is such a good price for what you're getting. There's 24 spools in there in total. So that's that one. And Madeira is one of those, you know, I bash on about quality threads. Madeira is one of those that I would bash on about. Quality threads have less fibres, they're more long staple yarns, and less likelihood of breaking, and less lint build-up inside your sewing machine as well. And that's for any kind of sewing machine thread or overlocker thread. If you want to go for the little one, oh, no, these are the Aurifil ones, aren't they? This is your necessities. Aurifil, again, one of those brands of quality. Oh, I shan't open it because I won't be able to close it again. So 4 basic colours for you. You have your light greys, the black, and the white and the cream for £35.99. And these are quite big spools as well. And they're 50 weight. 50 weight thread is the one that you're going to use for most of your projects, whether you're dressmaking or whether you're quilting. So those are a really good, we're calling it the necessities collection, but they're a really good basic collection of threads, the colours that you're going to use most of all. So let's have a look at the essential collection. We've collaborated with Aurifil, so these collections are exclusive to us. For £33.99. Oh, these are the colours that you're going to get, look. So, I'm going to get in there like that. Oh, does that slide out? Come here. Oh, it's not coming out. They are, though. There we go. So these are the colours that you're getting. Fun, though, aren't they? All of those. For £33.99, there must be a way to get those out very easily. And that would be it. And then it opens like that. And then you can see all the threads inside, but I've tipped them all out now. So again, exclusive to Sewing Street for your £33.99. And again, with a quality thread is really important, I think. You must have seen that little clip of film that I made about using quality threads, such as Aurifil. Because you do spend a lot of money on a sewing machine. You do spend a lot of time sewing. You spend a lot of money on your fabrics. And your seams can really let you down. There's no point, is there, if you're spending all that time and money and effort, and then your seams just kind of weak. I have a man who does, you know. Sometimes he doesn't. This is the Quilters collection. So with a quality... what am I doing here? A quality thread will give you... Oh, there we go. Will give you a stronger seam. So your garment or whatever it is going to last longer. It'll also use longer staples threads, so you're not going to get lint build-up inside the machine. These are premium cotton, they are 100%, and again just using the long staple thread, so you have the strength in there as well. Cottons these days tend to be treated so that the colour's not going to fade and the cotton's not going to shrink, so don't worry about that. But a lot of you, if you're quilters particularly, prefer working with 100% cotton threads, and that's exactly what these are. This is another collaboration with Orifil, so these are exclusive again to Sewing Street. So that's those. Well, that came in and out quite easily, didn't it? Oh, now if you want some extra bobbins, we have these. I was saying in the show with Katharine, I do have a wall full of pre-threaded bobbins. I've got hundreds of them. To me, filling up a bobbin is a bit like putting petrol in your car. Oh, really, do I have to do that now? It's a bit of a chore. So it's nice to have the spare bobbins so that you can just keep them full of the most popular colours that you use. And it is important to use the right bobbins for your sewing machine. So these are Janome, Elna, same company. You know that they're all going to fit. So it's worth popping those on your order, isn't it? For an extra £8, you're getting 10 of those in the packet there all together. Right, shall we have a look what's coming up tomorrow? Okay then, we've got discounted Tilda fabric at 8 o'clock in the morning. The Cecily skirt with Fiona Hesford is at 9 o'clock. Colour Me In fabrics and fabric pens at 10. And there's a couple of bags. And Suki Kimono at 11 o'clock. And there's a repeat at 12 o'clock of the Everyday Tote bag with Katherine. So I'm going to see you again on Thursday morning. I don't know why. And on Thursday we've got Jane from Elna, and she's going to be bringing an embellisher. So if you've ever fancied doing a little bit of machine felting, that's something brand new to us here on Sewing Street. I'm really looking forward to it. It's something that I really enjoy doing as well. But if you've never seen it before, if you've never seen an embellishing machine, do join me on Thursday. Then of course we've got Sunday, Silly Sunday sewing on Sunday, and then next Monday as well. So hope you're going to enjoy the rest of your week. Keep your pictures coming in. It'd be lovely to see what you've been up to. If you've got any ideas, if you've got any questions or requests, I'll see you on Thursday morning. Bye-bye.